All issuers which are eligible to issue debt securities can issue the debt instrument, that is the green bond. I have just mentioned that the government can also issue the green bonds. Else than the government, any company, all the banks, all the institutional investors can be part of that investment. The foreign investors, the general public. I have mentioned that it can be the conventional instrument, and it can also be the Islamic instrument, that is Sukuk. So the project can be structured in the way that makes it an attractive investment, but the underlying framework is all available and can be utilized, and the requisite support shall also be provided for issuance of green bonds. The disclosure requirements, we intend to follow the international practices. For listed green bonds, issuers shall be required to provide disclosures in half-yearly and annual reports. That is the item-wise breakup, the detail of the unutilized proceeds, and the purpose is to give investors the confidence that the money they have invested in is utilized for the purpose for which they invested in. This is again a brief description that what can be the renewable and the sustainable energy. It can be wind, solar, bioenergy, other sources of energy which can use clean technology. If we talk about the energy efficiency, the solutions for which the proceeds can be utilized can be energy storage, district heating, smart grids, appliances and the products. If we talk about the pollution prevention and control, then anything that can reduce air emissions, then that can contribute to greenhouse gas controls, soil remediation. These all are the purpose of the proceeds that have been documented in the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. And these examples have also been provided therein. So I would not go much into the detail and bore the audience, but technically, yes, this whole can be gone through and read from the UN's Sustainable Development Goals and are incorporated in our green bond guidelines as well. What is the most crucial is that the project is evaluated in a very pragmatic manner. So project evaluation and the selection policy of that should be documented. Each and everything should be properly evaluated and documented. If need be, the valuers be engaged, the consultants be engaged, so that a proper green bond issuance can be executed. These are the processes that generally provide investors some kind of support in terms of their investment decisions. So that is the consultant review, the certification by the green bond or associated green bond issuers, third-party certifiers, verification that the purpose has been selected properly and the proceeds are being utilized for the same purpose. If there is some green bond rating that is provided by the existing rating agencies in Pakistan, that will be great. So this is in general an overview of the issuance of green bonds here in Pakistan. I think I won't take much of the time and will hand it back over to Shafqat sir. So over to you.
Thank you, Najia Sahaba, for explaining for us the very important tool of green finance, which is the green bond. And Pakistan has also offered that swap for nature. These are also some of the tools which are in the market. Moving on to my other speaker, Ali Hassan Saab, I would like to know from you that this, in addition to these tools which Najia Sahaba has just told us about, what are other tools which the bank, commercial banks will feel that would be good for Pakistan internationally and nationally as well?
Thank you for that. Okay, so in terms of Pakistan, there's a lot that can be done within the local market. I believe it's a level playing field within the local market. I believe all banks are participating in the renewable energy scheme that is being governed by the state bank, and every bank has done a reasonable job at deploying and making sure that that scheme becomes very successful. Apart from that, banks have also done term financing loans and offered local financing. Where there is a general lack of initiative, perhaps from the local financial institutions, is to look at foreign avenues for financing. For instance, one being the Green Climate Fund, the other being NICA. There are many many other climate initiative funds available in the world right now, which are actively looking to invest in developing economies per se, in economies like Pakistan, especially knowing the fact that we're in the top 10 to be the most affected by the by climate change. Based on that, there's a lot that can be done by these financing institutions. And yes, bonds, green bonds, and this framework will definitely help local banks to secure financing from foreign funds. However, maybe debt is not the only way. There has to be equity as well. Equity financing, including developing different types of private equity funds that are also available that can be made in Pakistan. For that, I believe the most important thing that the local banks need to, and local financial institutions need to work on, is to developing a framework that allows for such investment to come in.
So much the debate will continue, and I will revert back to you more once we have question. Now I will move online. We have Dr. Mushtaq Ahmed Memon, is UNEP regional office in Bangkok. The study which I did, before told you on textile and the sustainable consumption and production, that study is completed with the guidance of Dr. Memon. And we are lucky that he's from Pakistan also, and he's a very good player and expert at international level on the climate finance side, because there is a full initiative of UNEP, and UNEP is looking at different aspects. Now, Dr. Memon, I would like to ask from you, what are the fundamental obstacles which we are facing in Pakistan based on your experience with other Asian countries? And what could be the solution that Pakistan should look at? Over to you, Dr. Memon.
Thank you, Dr. Shafqat. So before I come to your direct question, as you started mentioning about SDG 12, and UNEP is the global lead for that goal. And you talked about the sustainable consumption and production. So my question would be to you, our audience, that what is the most critical item when you talk about sustainable consumption and production from Pakistan point of view? Like as you talk about food, you talk about energy, you talk about transportation, buildings, and so on. So my feeling is finance in the current situation. The sustainable consumption and production of finance for Pakistan is the most challenging job as of today. Now, that challenge can be turned into an opportunity, and that will reply to your question of how to remove the obstacles, or what are the obstacles there. So basically, why do we need finance? Why, like we see the government is really going here and there for finance? To fulfill the economic, social, environmental, all the needs. For example, energy needs for Pakistan, which are critical, water, food, transport, health, education, you name it. So basically, when we talk about the finance, for what? That is important to really map out that how much and what what level of finance is required there. Though again, I will put that in brackets, sustainable consumption, because if $1 is required for something, we don't need a $2, because that's wastage or a bad governance and so on, but that question is not here. And also, if you look on suppose the GDP in Japan, every dollar, they only need 0.25 kilogram of resources to produce $1 in Japan, while in Mongolia, they need around 18 kilograms of resources to produce $1 in GDP because of the mining sector and so on. So again, also we have to look on that how resource efficiency can help us to achieve the finances to make it really a profitable business for additional economic gains. Now coming to the obstacles, I think biggest challenge in Pakistan is that we do not have clarity of the green financing, even the term. What does it mean by green financing? And with whom we are talking, like at macro level, how the government understands green financing, at micro level, how the private sector or consumer understands the green financing, and then also looking at the uses. Suppose, as I mentioned earlier, okay, we want to provide energy. Now Pakistan is in a dire need. What does it mean by green finance vis-a-vis energy shortages? Let's say renewable energy in straightforward terms. Then if we are putting the coal-fired power plant vis-a-vis solar energy, why solar energy having the challenges or the less profit or difficulties? Why can't we choose solar energy as of today over the coal-fired in Pakistan? So you can easily figure out the obstacles, whether it be on the governance, whether it be the regulations, whether it be the access to the technology and so on. Then similarly, if you're looking on the any other like transport sector, for example, that we are talking for ages that we want to make the Karachi, all the bus zones and everything, or bringing the metros to every city and so on. So again, that green finance versus the private car ownership, that how the Pakistan's private car ownership is increasing and so on. So basically, again, it's when you talk about transportation, mobility, you talk about the food sector, how we producing our food and so on. So it's much easier mapping. So biggest obstacle is clarity in Pakistan. That's number one. Number two is how you find out what are the different resources in terms of ODA, foreign direct investments, private investments, public sector money, even the microfinance as one of the good examples, like Orangi pilot projects and so on. So there are huge types of the avenues available, but do we know all of them? And are we ready to apply? Can we even write an application form? Can we analyze, let's say, for example, the European Union, they shifted all their loans from the European Bank to coal-fired or non-fossil fired energy sector, for example. Can we do the assessment of the carbon credits, carbon markets? Are we capable of? How much capacity in our country do we have to do that? So this is another area to really build the capacity or remove the obstacle. The third, and I would stop there, is the biggest is a risk hedging. What type of the risks are there? Whether it be the political risk, whether it be the economic risks, social risks, and so on. So again, everyone knows about those challenges, but how do we really put on the paper, how we can put on the risk premiums and so on for the green financing and so forth. So this is why, as we at the one word, if someone asks me to sum up these obstacles, I would call stability. We should have a stability in terms of our human resources, governance, in terms of our agenda long-term for providing any services, whether it be health, education, transport, food, industrialization, export-based industry, and so on. So I think that's where I stop now, that we are still very different from most of Southeast Asian countries, per se, in those terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Memon. You have narrated and listed for us a number of obstacles, and you have given us some solution also, such as, we should know where is the money and how to access it, how to apply for it. These are really big challenges, because it's not that money is not available globally or either nationally, but the issue is how to access and how to apply for that. And for application, there are a lot of technicalities involved. Pakistan's many institutions do not have capacity. For example, from the Red Plus, there is a mechanism for from the forest we can earn money to calculate our forest, how much our forest can deposit the carbon stocks. So there is a whole carbon market available there. But again, issue is that technically we have to apply for that and we have to fulfill all these requirements. So Dr. Memon, thank you for narrating all these things. There are a lot of other questions we will come in the next round. But now we have a banker with me here, Ahmed Hassan Saab. So I would have a direct question to you. What HBL can contribute in? Not going into other details. Just tell what you can do.
First of all, there is a disclaimer. I'm not a banker by profession.
Okay.
Yeah,
But from the bank.
Yeah, now I'm a banker. Actually, HBL has been doing quite a bit in the last few years, and some of the things have been mentioned since morning, like the green euro bond, which was issued a few years. I think it was issued last year. So HBL, as a co-manager, closed the issuance of the first green euro bond for WABDA, amounting to US dollars for 500 million in 2021. And actually, it was oversubscribed 6 times, which was also mentioned by the governor this morning, and by the other presenters as well. And HBL was the only local bank appointed for the initiative alongside JP Morgan. So and I think this landmark initiative will definitely open the doors for Pakistan to green investors in the international debt capital markets as well. Another thing which HBL is doing is that it was also mentioned by the honorable governor of the state bank, green taxonomy. Although green taxonomy is being developed by the regulators worldwide, HBL is developing its own taxonomy, because we don't have the taxonomy here in Pakistan. But the way the state bank is moving right now, in such a vibrant state bank, we are lucky to have such a vibrant regulator. HBL is developing its own taxonomy and green taxonomy. And as mentioned earlier, green taxonomy is a tool to facilitate direct flows of capital to green projects that would make a substantial contribution to environmental sustainability. Because there are about 200 taxonomies available globally, but there are 2 taxonomies which are much more developed and considered more developed and are considered the benchmarks. One is the European taxonomy, and the other one is the Chinese taxonomy. There is this international platform for sustainable finance. What they have done is they have combined the 2 taxonomies into a common ground taxonomy. And this common ground taxonomy, what it does is it takes the stringent of the 2 and have put it together, this common ground taxonomy. So at the moment, it is the only, you can say, global taxonomy, a standard global taxonomy which is available. The one that we are developing at HBL, it is aligned with the common ground taxonomy. And we engaged Tsinghua University and Dr. Majun. Dr. Majun is one of the most known figures as far as common ground green taxonomy is concerned. So this is something which the first draft is ready, and hopefully we will be implementing it within the HBL in the next few months. Although it's not going to be, it's going to take some time to incorporate it within the HBL systems. But the framework is already ready, and it will be, inshallah, in implementation soon. The other thing I would like to say is net zero is, we have been, as HBL is an institution of Aga Khan Development Network, AKDN. And AKDN has set the target, net zero target, by 2030. So HBL being an institution of AKDN network, we are also bound to follow that target. And we have started to develop that plan, and which it's based on the science-based targets. And our initial focus is on the scope 1 and scope 2, and scope 3 we are going to set the baseline, but it will, with the science-based targets, what you do is you set a roadmap for it. The other thing is that we also have no new coal policy. So we are not accepting any new coal business, especially in energy and mining sector. And whatever the current exposure is, we are going to take it to zero by 2030, inshallah. There are other things that we are doing, but I think I will let the other speakers complete.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed Saab. Net zero. If banking sector is thinking about that they will not fund new coal project, I guess this is very important when we are planning and moving towards net zero. And on green finance, I think it's great that Pakistan's own national entity, Abid Bank, HBL, is on the front line. This is also good. Thank you very much for your all contribution as an institution and telling us here. Now I will move a little bit on the private sector side, since we have opened it up from the HBL. We have Barbara Burkle here, I guess, online. Barbara, you have heard about, Dr. Maiman talked about some of the obstacles. Now you have heard Ahmed Saab talking about how private sector banks in Pakistan, they are thinking of the net zero businesses. What recipe would you suggest for us to tackle the issue of accessing global green finance? Yes, Barbara.
Yes, first of all, good afternoon to everybody, and thank you for inviting me to this very important workshop and the session. It's a pleasure for me to be here and to take part and briefly present. I think it's hard to mention a real recipe, but what I bring with me is an example of a finance facility that we undertake in Pakistan with partners. So that's the way we work as KfW in different countries, and I would be happy to briefly present this example. I brought a brief presentation, and I will share my screen. Just a second. So I hope you can see this. Maybe just before jumping to the green financing facility that I would like to present here as an example how we work and what maybe are the challenges and also the chances. Let me briefly introduce myself and spend 1 to 2 sentences on KfW's engagement and partners in Pakistan, because I think this provides some important background for our green financing instrument. So my name is Barbara Burkle, and I'm working as a portfolio manager in the Equity and Funds Department at KfW, which is a German development bank. And just a second. So in this Equity and Funds Department, it is our goal to generate positive, measurable and sustainable development and impact by leveraging private capital and expertise. So our objective is to generate impact and advancing the sustainable development goals, especially with respect to climate finance. So we invest equity either in direct equity participation, such as microfinance institutions in the private sector, or via impact funds. And so who do we partner with here in Pakistan? There's one important partner, which is PMIC. I suppose you all know, which is a national level apex institution for microfinance providers in the country. And PMIC was established by PPAF, Karandas, and KfW Development Bank as a partnership back in 2015. And this is a strong and innovative partner through which we can reach our end clients in the country. And that's the way that we work, and I think which is also a very important way to bring external funds into the country. So now I come to the Prime program. So in this context, the German Development Bank, with funds from the German government, and PMIC are partnering and implementing a program called Prime in Pakistan since end of 2019. And it aims to support the financing of solar home systems for households in poor grid and off-grid locations in the rural and peri-urban areas of Pakistan. and thereby advancing the 7th Sustainable Development Goal of affordable and clean energy for all. So what are these SHS or solar home systems? So this is very specific now, but I think it shows very nicely how things can work out for the end clients. So SHS, they provide a certain amount of energy, of reliable energy, by transforming sunlight into electricity and storing this energy until it is needed, and you can use this for lighting, for example, for small lanterns, for communication, so for charging your mobile, for refrigeration or other purposes. So who is now partnering to make this happen? It's on the one hand the German government via KfW, who has provided PMIC with a sub-loan of 50 million euros and accompanying technical assistance. And on the other hand, our partner PMIC, who is enabling a responsible financing mechanism, building their capacity, establishing relationships between the microfinance partners and vendors who provide these solar products. So it is the ultimate goal to reach out to more than 200,000 clients with these funds, and to provide them with microloans through the microfinance partners. And it's the role of our partner to coordinating all the relevant stakeholders in Pakistan. This includes the onboarding of different microfinance providers, and also to, in collaboration with KfW, to qualify vendors according to a quality charter. And this is an important point for us, and I think this is also maybe a general important point, that it is important to have certain quality standards for solar products, and also for warranties, for after-sales service and grievance redressal mechanisms for the clients and for the microfinance partners, in order to make this whole program a success. And this is why, in order to credit finance such a product, such a solar product, it needs to be reliable, and therefore you need a warranty. So this is an important aspect for us as KfW, to have certain quality standards. And this also leads me to another point that I think is important, which is to overcome different obstacles, which is capacity building. So therefore we have a technical assistance facility that is being provided to our partner and also to the microfinance partners, for on the one hand creating awareness sessions in target communities. It's kind of a marketing instrument, of course, and also for hiring renewable energy experts and mobilizers. So in order to promote this whole product. Before finalizing, let me just briefly mention in a nutshell my concluding remarks, the achievements, and I think also the challenges and chances of such a program. I think it's important for us that financing is responsible in the end, and this means that we take into account, or that we want to assure that it is taken into account that the loan repayment capacity of clients is given, and also that we look for high quality solar projects, because that's what I just mentioned before. Another very important point for us, that we build upon local partners and their capacity building. And I think with regard to the challenges, I think you know on the ground or in Pakistan better than me here from Frankfurt in Germany, that there are challenges, that there was an initial setback on the market with regard to due to the COVID crisis, but that the situation is now improving, that when it comes to renewable energy and solar products, that you have the discussion on taxes on imports, and this is an provides an uncertainty which is always difficult for the market, but there are also chances for renewable energy and off-grid or non-grid electricity due to the rising energy prices. And of course, you can always, what we also try is to expand products in order to match also different demands regarding to larger solar home systems. So with this, I want to end, and maybe this gives also some thought for fruit to presenting this more specific program. So thank you for this opportunity. And coming back to the discussion, as I mentioned here, I think it is important to attract financing, also to provide capacity building, and to make things commercially viable. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Barbara, for pointing out and highlighting the prime project particularly. And in your challenges, you have mentioned one of the challenge, which is no more a challenge. Regarding, I'm talking about the tax on solar panel. The government in the current budget has withdrawn it. So thank you very much for your intervention and input. Now we have another panelist with us, Roberto from online. He's available. I just want to let you know that European Union is leading across the world on the issue of sustainability, and particularly sustainable finance for the climate related actions. And you know, climate action and sustainability, they go hand in hand. If we really want to achieve some of the objectives, what really we want to do, European Union has a lot of laws, systems, procedures already adopted, simplified for those who want to access the funds coming from the European countries, European institutions. My question, Roberto, is what role precisely the European Union and other developed countries can play in helping Pakistan counter the challenges currently associated with leverage from the available resources, or green finance resources. Over to you, Rob.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes,
sure.
Yeah. Yes, clear.
So thank you very much for the invitation. I'm here with my colleague Mariana Yantada, who is the in-house expert in sustainable green finance. She will be doing most of the presentation. I just want to provide a general frame for the EU policy regarding green finance, which is part of a broader frame. And we have a small presentation that if you allow me, we'll go through it quickly, if I manage to find it. Huh? One second, please. Now it's not working the presentation. We'll do it without the presentation. We'll be more agile. So the strategy of the European Union in terms of development cooperation with Pakistan regarding green finance is enshrined in the broader frame of the European Green Deal, which goes beyond sustainable finance. So just to introduce briefly the frame, which is, I believe, well known by most of the participants, the EU Green Deal is the new strategy of the European Union to tackle all the environmental and climate-related challenges that we are facing. We are all facing in the world. Among the environmental challenges, we are including also the resource scarcity, increasing resource scarcity. We are seeing that with increasing tensions in the energy market, but also the raw materials. And so this is something that the European Union is willing to address through a combination of legislative measures. This is what we call the Fit for 55 package. The idea is to reduce drastically emissions by 55% in 2030, sorry. And we have the money. because we, the European Union, recognizes that the need of providing substantial amounts of money to trigger this transition. As you know, the European Union has a long story of progress in terms of tackling climate change. I have a nice graph before my eyes, but from the level of reference level of 90, we have reduced emissions by 24%, while GDP has grown by 63%. The price out of the story is this has been done through something that is, in our view, deeply required for Pakistan, which is increasing efficiency in the use of energy to get more from the same amount of energy units. But we should recognize also that part of this reduction in emission is related to the fact that there has been a lot of industries that were in Europe are now in China, in simple terms. So when we come to the emissions embedded in consumption, the panorama is less rosy, but still we have managed to increase efficiency and to reduce emissions. So the objective of this EU Green Deal is for the EU to become climate neutral by 2050. And for this, we have a set of legislative measures. I will highlight one of them, which is the carbon trade mechanism. The idea is that we will be taxing products coming from third countries when we think that there is an unfair comparative advantage because they are not including in the price the carbon emissions. So there will be a taxation system in order to level the playing field, since we are imposing to our companies in Europe to be greener, to produce in a more sustainable way. We want to protect them from unfair competition from countries that don't have the same standards. Most of the EU Green Deal is targeting Europe, but we know this is part of the European Union conception, let's say, that we need international cooperation. We need to increase our diplomatic efforts to help and to be helped by our partner countries to be more ambitious in our environmental and climate targets. So this is the external dimension of the EU Green Deal, which is mostly about the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus. Mariana will take you through this briefly, but the idea is that we are will be providing money to do what most panelists have highlighted, to attract more private money. We need more private money coming on board to tackle the challenges that we are facing, particularly now. I'm referring specifically to Pakistan. So the European Fund for Sustainable Investment, in a nutshell, is about technical assistance. It's about blending, meaning mixing public-private money. We are in the frame of blending operations. We are providing grants, and with the idea of attracting private money and the risk to make viable the project. And the other big and newer type of operation is all what is related to guarantees. So I will give the floor to my colleague Mariana, who will take you through this a bit more into the details about what is this European Fund for Sustainable Development and what can be the opportunities for Pakistan in this frame. Thank you.
Thank you. So, good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us. Before I get into the EFS diplomas and explain the guarantee, I will give a little bit of context. It's very brief. Most of the panelists have already discussed the figures I will. So as you know, the SDG financing gap in 2017 was $2.5 trillion. And right now, because of some externalities as COVID and ongoing war or the geopolitical situation, it has reached 3.6 trillion. International banks, institutional investors, and asset managers have up to 322 trillion million, shifting only 1.1% of all this money to fill this sustainable gap is enough. Is enough money, so it's only about 1%. The role, as Roberto said, and most of the panelists said, the role of the private investors and private capital is key in this context. Global experience shows us that there's 4 areas that of intervention to scale up sort of this sustainable finance. First of all, is the regulations and a coherent and credible sustainable framework. Then there is enterprises have to develop green pipelines of projects. Then there is the sustainable related instruments that we can use as the green bonds, and then there is the de-risking mechanism. So what the European, just to be very quickly, what the European Union can offer, it stands ready to offer technical assistance to partner countries in developing their frameworks and the regulations, building on the EU taxonomy experience. There's also a green bond global initiative that would cover the issuance process of green bonds. That can also be a possibility, but now I'm going to focus on the EFSD Plus, which is a de-risking mechanism. So the EFSD Plus is under the External Action Guarantee of the European Union. It is divided on, let's say, two main windows. One is the EIB, the European Investment Bank window, which is sovereign credit, sovereign loans, and the other one is the open architecture window. So inside, the EIB has dedicated 26.7 billion, and the open architecture window, which is also open for the private sector, development financial institutions, and so on, is 30 billion. Inside this, Pakistan, the European delegation of Pakistan, has earmarked for Pakistan 53 million euros in guarantees and lending, as Roberto said. So the main focus, we have blending, but blending is 13 million euros. The main focus will be on guarantees. Why on guarantees? Traditionally, we've been giving more grants and loans. Now we want to focus on this new approach to mobilize private resources and also to give more ownership and partnership with the countries. The main point of guarantees is that it will, it will attract international investments, as we will reduce the perceived risk of operations by covering the guarantee. So that's what the European Union is offering. And now I'm going to speak about the different windows of, well, we have 3 overarching objectives, which is the Green Deal, also the Global Gateway, which is connectivity, energy, and so on, and jobs and inclusive growth. All of them are per se interconnected, or we are trying to interconnect it. And within these overarching objectives, we have 6 windows of objectives. And one of the bigger one, which accounts for 40% of our objectives, is the connectivity, energy, Green Deal, and digital one. So, as you may see, a strong focus on the Green Deal. The different stage of the EFSD Plus investment windows, we had an operational board in 6 April 2002, and now we launched the first call for proposal, which will be closed by the 12th of July globally. So we have country proposals, but also regional proposals. So this will be closed on the 12th of July, and then there will be an assessment of these investment proposals, an operational board, and then the guarantee agreements. So we hope that by this mechanism, we will attract, as I said before, further investment and develop a green set of project pipelines, hopefully for the region, but also for the country. This is the first call of expression of proposals. There will be others in the future, so for investors that want to tap in. These guarantees are given through our through development financial institutions. So the main priority, or say the main chosen partner, are the European development financial institutions. But of course, any international financial institution that is pillar assessed can also join in these efforts, like Asia Development Bank or International Finance Corporation, and so on. So I'm gonna quickly say the FSD assessment criteria, and then I can open the floor if you have any questions. So as I say, these open architecture guarantees have 4 assessment floors, let's say. One is the broad policy criteria. So as I said, they have to follow the overarching objectives, and it's like policy first. The Green Deal, Global Gateway, jobs and growth. Then the geographic criteria. The geographic criteria has been decided, and as I said, here in Pakistan, for us, we have earmarked 53 million euros. Then it has to follow Achim Europe initiative length. Then the additionality. So they don't have to replace member state or private funding projects that are already there. What we want is to adapt to the efforts that are already made. Contribute to these operations, which probably couldn't have happened because of the perceived risk. The guarantee coverage. We also promote market analysis failure, innovation, and market formation and sustainability. And then, as was already stated by all the panelists, we also consider as assessment criteria the risk and financial structure provided by these investment proposals. So the seniority of EFSD plus exposure, the alignment of interest numbers, and the nature of the co-investors is important. The risk rating and the impact portfolio, or impact on the EFSD plus portfolio, and well, in general, as I say, the alignment with our policy objectives. And the second, I don't know whether you want to tap into it, but the second, so this moving a little bit from the EFSD plus, which I will have to reply any question you may have. Also, another key thing, which I will go quickly, as I think we have run our time, is the importance of investment climate. So investment climate is it's a key to attracting this foreign direct investment or moving this private capital. So as you know, economic and political stability, rule of law, regulatory framework, and so on. We hope that with the EFSD plus, we will promote with the guarantees, the technical assistance, and everything, a more enabling environment, together with the efforts of other institutions who traditionally work on investment climate, such as the World Bank. And I think I will leave it here. I don't know, Roberto, if you want to tap into something, and if not, thank you very much again for inviting us.
Thank you, Mariana and Roberto, for answering the question which I posed and telling us about the available avenues to access for the sustainable finance with the European Union institution. European Union has supported Pakistan in 2017 to develop a national action plan on sustainable consumption and production to the Ministry of Climate Change. And that work is also going on. Through that work and some other mechanism, we can access to the European Union's resources and member countries' own funds available. So that is good. Thank you very much, both of you. Now there are a lot of questions still in my mind. The discussion is on, but I will not ask more questions from my side, but I'll throw it to you. What question you have for the panelists? Please introduce yourself and frame your question. If you want answer from any specific, the panelists, you can name, or otherwise you just put your question. From the floor, a couple of questions, then I have a couple of questions online. So over to you now from the crowd. Your questions. Can you move the mic, somebody? Any question from your side? Yes, on this table. On the front table, in the middle. Ji, up. No question, but she was raising hand. I thought, yeah, here on the front.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mohammed Junaid. I'm from University of Karachi. I'm a student of second year environment. سر میرا سوال یہ ہے کہ ہم نے جو آج تک اپنے پاکستان کے لیے اپنی کراچی کو سیو کرنے کے لیے اپنی اوزون لیئر کو سیو کرنے کے لیے کیا کیا، تو میں ایک سجیشن دینا چاہتا ہوں کہ ہم جو اپنی لوکل ٹرانسپورٹ ہے اس کو ختم کریں. پہلی چیز یہ، اس کی جگہ ہم الیکٹرک بسیں ٹرانسپورٹ کے ذریعے اپنی عوام کو پہنچائیں. اور اس کے بعد ہم جو اس سے ہے الیکٹریکل بس کے ذریعے ہم اپنی لوبریکنٹس کو بھی سیو کر سکتے ہیں جو کہ ختم ہونے کی جانب رواں دواں ہیں. اگر یہ سیف ہوگا تو نہ فوزل فیول سے نکلنے والی کاربن مونوکسائڈ ہماری اوزون لیئر کو ڈیمیج کرے گی اور نہ ہی ہمارے کو اس سے کوئی ہیلتھ کو نقصان ہوگا. ٹھیک ہے. اور جو کراچی میں جو ایک درخت کاٹنے کا سلسلہ ہے اس کو بھی روکا جائے. تھینک یو سو مچ.
Thank you so much. Amar Qureshi, I'm from Junaid, Islamabad. My question is directed towards Dr. Barbara of KFW Development Bank. She mentioned about partnership with Pakistan Microfinance Institution and other organizations. I wanted to ask her if there are any plans for KFW entering the Pakistan market for a slightly bigger transactions like $1 million to $50 million, because we are working on the projects of that scale. So PMIC, I understand, is into microfinance, which would be below that threshold.
Over to you, Barbara.
Yes, so thank you. In general, yes, we talk about bigger investments in the scale of up from 10 million euros upwards. So I think with PMIC, that's special because they channel the funds to microfinance partner institutions, and we provide the money to PMIC. So I understand your question whether it would be possible to partner also in this scale, in this higher scale. Is that correct? And yes, I say yes. So if you're interested in getting in contact, we can certainly do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. They will contact you. Yeah. جب جو سوال آپ نے پوچھا ہے وہ بڑا امپورٹنٹ ہے. پاکستان صرف کراچی میں نہیں, ٹرانسپورٹ ایک بہت بڑا ایریا ہے جو اس حوالے سے بڑا کنسرن جس پہ بنتا ہے. لیکن اس ٹرانسپورٹ سیکٹر کی ایمیشن کم کرنے کے لیے اور یہاں ریفارمز کرنے کے لیے ہمیں جو پیسہ چاہیے وہ بھی ہمارے پاس بہت کم ہے. سسٹم شروع ہو گیا, ابھی الیکٹرک وہیکل کی بات ہو رہی ہے, پاکستان میں اس کی پالیسی آ چکی ہے, اس پہ دیکھتے ہیں کتنا کام ہوگا. آپ یہ دیکھیں $12 ارب چاہیے ہمیں صرف ٹرانسپورٹ سیکٹر کو ریفارم کرنے کے لیے, اور ہم IMF سے ایک یہ $6 ارب جو 3 سالوں میں ملنا ہے اس کے لیے ہمیں کتنا کچھ کرنا پڑ رہا ہے. تو دیر آر چیلنجز, اس میں کوئی شک نہیں, اور یہ ہمارے بنیادی ایشوز ہیں. لیکن اس کو دیکھنا یہ ہے کہ ہم اپنی کنزمپشن کو کس طرح کرتے ہیں. مثلا ٹرانسپورٹ میں کیا ہم یہ کرتے ہیں ایز اے سٹیزن کہ وی اسٹارٹ اے کار پولنگ سسٹم. ہم نے ایک علاقے میں 6 لوگوں نے جانا, ایک علاقے سے 6 لوگ گاڑی میں جا رہے ہیں, کین وی پول اٹ تاکہ ہم وہ کاربن ایمیشن کو کم سے کم کر سکیں. سو اس سے ریسپانسبلٹی آف سٹیزن ایز ویل. اس لیے ہم کہتے ہیں کہ جب سسٹینیبل کنزمپشن ہوگی تو اس وقت ہی ہم اپنے بہت سارے ایشوز پہ قابو پا سکتے ہیں. ریسورسز کی کمی کی وجہ سے آئیڈیلی ہم فوری طور پہ موو نہیں کر سکتے, لیکن یور پوائنٹ از ویلڈ, اور اس پہ بات چیت جو ہے وہ شروع ہے. الیکٹریکل وہیکل پالیسی ہے, لیکن اگین اس کے بھی بہت سارے ایشو ہیں. اس میں آپ دیکھیں نا کہ اس کے ریگولیشن کے ایشوز ہیں, پھر الیکٹریکل وہیکل کی کاسٹ ہے, پھر وہاں الیکٹریسٹی جنریٹ ہوگی जो उसके लिए यूज होगी उसकी भी कार्बन फुटप्रिंट है. सो यू नो क्लाइमेट चेंज कोई इतना आसान एक एरिया नहीं, इसमें बहुत सारी चीजें इन्वॉल्व है. इसीलिए मैंने शुरू में कहा था इट्स नॉट इनफ कि हम 10 अरब रुपए का बजट रख के हम समझ लें कि हम क्लाइमेट को हैंडल कर लेंगे. इट इज नॉट लाइक दैट. वी हैव टू चेंज आवर हैबिट एज ए नेशन. उसके बाद हम इंटरनेशनल कम्युनिटी से हेल्प ले सकते हैं. अगर हम अपने होम ग्राउंड पे हम अपनी हैबिट्स को चेंज नहीं करेंगे कंजम्पशन की, चाहे वो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंजम्पशन हो, वाटर कंजम्पशन हो या अदरवाइज किसी भी रिसोर्स की, उस वक्त तक हम सिर्फ इंटरनेशनल से कोई उम्मीद नहीं रखनी चाहिए. सो वी हैव टू स्टार्ट चेंज फ्रॉम विद इन आवरसेल्फ. जी प्लीज.
So my name is Syed Kalbe Mohammed. My question is that.
माइक थोड़ा सा जरा डिस्टेंस पे कर लें ताकि आवाज आपकी पटे ना.
Thank you, Shakwa sir.
जी.
My name is Syed Kalbe Mohammed. My question is that we are generating electricity through fuel oil, gas, and coal. We have no other solution to generate electricity. How can we reduce the carbon emissions, even in case we have electric cars also?
Thank you. Kalbe has asked a very important question. Any panelists would like to respond? Yeah.
I think it's not only the fossil fuels, but we do have hydropower. Pakistan has about, what I understand, that there's a potential of 70,000 megawatts. And our installed capacity is quite, I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's around 10,000, less than 10,000 megawatts. So Pakistan is generating energy from not only from the hydropower, but also from wind energy. There are the Chimpi corridor. You must have noticed that there are a lot of wind power projects that have come up over, as it was mentioned that through the scheme offered by the State Bank, more than 1,000 megawatts have been through that scheme have been installed, and some of them have already been commissioned, and some of them are going through the commissioning. So there are ways to generate electricity other than from the fossil fuels. And the government of Pakistan is taking measures on it, and a lot of banks like Habib Bank has HBL has financed quite a few of these renewable energy projects so far. So there are other avenues for power generation other than fossil fuels.
If I can add to that before you.
Yes.
So if you look at the last evolution of the IPP financing from, if you look at the 90s or 80s when the IPP financing started taking place, at that point in time, again, the hydel mix was somewhere around 27% of the total generation capacity at that time. Now it's 46%. Unfortunately, it's 46% crude FO, and you can add coal to that mix as well. Any fossil-based the power mix. The reason for that, why that happened, was that A, they're quick to install, and B, they're easier to manage. Moving forward, Pakistan has an irradiation capacity which is tremendous. We have something called the sun, which is really good for us. And there's a lot of room, there's a lot of land that can be used, and we can definitely increase our solar-based renewable energy solutions to quite a scale. But the problem is, even though that this problem, the reason why this could not take place in the 1990s and why it makes more sense now, is that the price of installing solar equipment has fallen drastically. So now it's making sense to install those installations, and it will continue to grow. And secondly, yes, hydel and small hydel solutions is the way forward for the country, which is premised on if we can get the financing for it. That's it.
I just want to add a side question, which is related to partly with this question from the online audience. They say, is there any policy or direction by the State Bank to the commercial banks to give loans to small level solar projects?
So just to address that issue, we've done the Green Climate Fund project, which is Pakistan Distributed Solar Project. It is using State Bank's renewable energy scheme, but the aim and the target is going to provide financing for residential and SME businesses and small scale businesses. So what has happened, if you look at the State Bank renewable energy scheme, most of the financing, more than 85%, has gone to category 1 customers, which are corporate 1 megawatt to 50 megawatt solutions. That's why we're able to get 1400 megawatt solutions. Our bank, JS Bank, focuses on SME and retail customers, and that's why we have the largest portfolio of those customers. So yes, in the future, there's a lot, and you'll see a lot of promotion activity centered around home-based financing solutions ranging from 5, 7 to 10 kilowatt hour solutions, with quick financing mechanisms being available for everybody to get access. So this is working. That is what our project is based on. We are working on that.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I'm Abid, the coordinator of the Climate Energy Initiative. And I'd like to point out one thing. Pakistan has been the first country who received this Climate Energy Initiative as offer from Germany. And one of really the important subjects is to support Pakistan in increasing the proportion of renewable energies. And it is a worldwide trend that nowadays the proportion of new renewable energies is increasing exponentially. In Germany, already more than half of the power generation is tackled by renewable energies. In Pakistan, we have the same tendency. In Pakistan, we have 4 times more potential for renewable energies, and we are partnering. The partnership is getting tighter and tighter. I think this is increasing very, very quickly. There's no question about renewable energy since the last month are 3 times more cheaper than the fossils. So in this respect, we are together. What we found out here in this workshop today is that the most important element is the green financing. That's why we are sitting here together. And in partnership with Germany and Pakistan, we will go together forward. Also, Germany is struggling in the moment. You heard it in the news. We are together. Thank you very much.
Very much. The last question, because we have to wind up then. Already we have 30 minutes over. Yeah, please go ahead. Okay, Mike.
Hello, thank you, Ji, for giving me the floor. I am Dr. Tahir Verlas from Bank Al Habib. I am their green banking and EHS advisor. Here, it's more of a comment. You see, here I would like to congratulate Habib Bank of Pakistan for their first impact and sustainability report. Very good job. But at the same time, I think some targets are very ambitious. Are they practicable? Goal 0 by 2030. It is very, very ambitious. I would be really impressed if they achieve this. I wish them good luck. But my other part of this question is it for own impact reduction of their 2,000 branches, or they have the projects they have funded? It's not, here I would like to have some clarity.
Thank you, Dr. Our net zero target basically is for scope 1 and scope 2 for the time being, right? And we are going to set our baseline for scope 3, which is the value chain, where the procurement, supply chain, and everything comes in, right? But for the time being, it's going to be from our own operations, and which are covered under scope 1 and scope 2. So that's what we are targeting for until 2030.
It's just about learning from each other.
Yes,
At
sir.
Bank Al Habib, our already 26 branches are on renewable energy, solars, and several other initiatives. So this is a climate change is a gradual process. It's a journey, and we need to change. It is a cultural change drive as well. So we can learn from each other.
Sir, we have 1,700 branches all over Pakistan,
right?
Out of which 180 have already been solarized.
Right.
And we have a target of solarizing about 250 by end of this year.
Right.
And we plan, because, you know, our branches are, not all branches are accessible as far as the solarization is concerned. So I have a target that we are going to solarize every branch which can be humanly solarized. right? So inshallah, we will do that. Another thing is that our HBL tower, which is it's on Teen Talwar, it's a LEED certified building.
Right.
The HBL microfinance building, which has recently been constructed in Gilgit, it is an EDGE certified building. And there are 2 more buildings which are coming up in Karachi, and they will all be LEED certified. Right. And we are also, working with WWF to convert some of the branches declare them as get them certified as green branches. So we are working on multiple fronts in order to address our own impact.
Excellently. This is what we need to develop synergies. And in Lahore, you see in Punjab, our 4 assets is soon to be transformed on, you see, as a green building, a collaboration with WWF. But I believe IFC tool of this EDGE certification is an excellent tool at design stage of the structures, because design stage is the right time you incorporate environmental and social factors and energy efficiency. So this is really we are moving in the right direction, I think, and State Bank is helping us a lot and facilitating us. And we are progressively complying with the green banking guidelines. And we are looking for more collaboration with GIZ and other international players along with State Bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question online from Board of Investment, Pakhtunkhwa Board of Investment from Peshawar for Barbara. Mr. Gul Muhammad has asked from Barbara whether it is possible to organize an awareness and session and workshop for stakeholders in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province.
Yes, thank you. I think it's a good idea to share maybe contact details. So to answer this question then directly and to get some more information. Also, I suggest this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are a lot of other questions. Dr. Hina, how much time do we have, or we should wind up? Yeah, Mushtaq Sahab, over to you. Dr. Mushtaq Mehman.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So basically, just to respond or mixing some of the questions raised, again, the point is that as per the UNEP study, the 3 planets will not be sufficient if we start living with this consumption and production patterns. And this year's World Environment Day motto is only one Earth. And as I mentioned that whenever we are talking about the finance, it's any other conventional finance, like in transport, in energy sector, in buildings, in industry, anything. So it's not should be really making a complex that to call it a green financing per se. The point is how you make it competitive. Like if you go for renewable energy, as I already put, or if you go for the green transport in terms of a public transport and so on, or if you go for the green buildings. So basically how the governments can come with the regulations, like they now took away the tax on the solar panels, for example. So to make at par the investments in any sector that is greener or environmental friendly. That's one point. Other point is also that how Pakistan is moving to the environmental social governance investments, because this is coming very soon at very high level, that how our private sector, big corporates, even banks, they are really looking on the ESG investments because this is evolving. The last point, as there was some questions, suppose even from Karachi on the transport, my point is back to you that what is your role? Like, especially when I say, no, care is better than cure. So means if you invest in air pollution management, you don't have to put a lot of money in healthcare. So basically, and also this is an intergeneration equity issue. That means you invest now to avoid the cost to the next generation or when you are old and so on. So basically, what is your role, consumer, as a producer? Because we can make a very good comment, suggestions, but where do we see as the part of solution? So if you tonight think over and share that where do you stand as a part of a solution, whether it be consumer, producer, regulator, in any way, it will be really helpful because we can change. As I want to end at Faisab's this verses, I think he put in a different context, but I bring it for the earth, only one earth. जो तुझसे रिश्ता हाय वफा इस्तवार रखते हैं वो इलाजे गर्दिशे लैलो निहार रखते हैं. So let's be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's be part of the solution. Thank you, Dr. Mehman. And Nadia Sahib, are you here?
Gigi,
Yes.
please.
Yeah. Can you give us a little bit, more about the relationship of private sector in this, in this effort, particularly using their CSR fund, since you have a guideline, SCCP has a guideline, and are you making them mandatory or still a voluntary guidelines? Over to you.
Thank you, Shafqat sir. So technically, these are voluntary guidelines. The purpose is to, again, make some recognition of the importance of the corporate social responsibility that they hold. So all the private sector, including not only the private sector, the listed and the unlisted companies, the public unlisted sector as well, they are all required to ensure that they behave in a as a responsible citizen and a responsible contributor towards this greener earth and definitely towards Pakistan. So CSR is more of a voluntary applicability, not yet made mandatory. Definitely down the lines when such awareness is kind of a normal practice and everyone is aware of the responsibilities, then perhaps we'll look forward towards making them mandatory. But yes, I would just highlight that being on the side of which deals with the primary market issuances, that is the public offerings, the debt offerings, and the equity offerings, I have a fair view that the public has now become conscious of the fact that where their investment is being utilized. And now they are questioning more in terms of from the company where the funds are being deployed, how they are behaving as a corporate social responsible citizen. So technically things are evolving, but definitely it will take a while before we reach to the stage of making it mandatory for all of us to comply with.
Very much. And now we are at the close of the session. I would like to thank all the panelists, Najia Ubaid Sahaba, Syed Ali Hassan Saab, Dr. Mushtaq Ahmed Mehman Saab, Ahmed Saeed Saab, Roberto Martin, and Ms. Barbara Bakal, and all those who were online, and all of you who raised a really good question, listened a very serious and dry subject with interest. That's good that we are listening. Now, the takeaway is that we have to listen, we have to engage, we have to be proactive, to be a citizen who is responsible to contribute not negatively to the climate impacts, but positively as an adaptation measures, and governments as both adaptation and mitigation measures, and the financial institution, their role to actually achieve the goal of efficient resource-based economy, which is climate resilience. That's the takeaway of the today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Hina, and all panelists and all of you. Closing the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shafqat. Thank you so much, Dr. Shafqat. I would also like just to announce the lunch is served. We'll resume at 1:30. Thank you for your understanding and also cooperation. I know this is a little extensive, but that's the aim of the capacity building workshop. I hope we are learning a lot. That's a mutual learning that we all share and we aspire to do. So please come back and we begin the discussion in the next two sessions that are particularly on the green financing implementation. Thank you.
When are we coming back after lunch? When
Sorry?
are we coming back after lunch?
1:30.
1:30.
Please.
Very short time.
Please.
And sorry
So
about
the lunch
that.
is served outside.
Yeah, this side.
Please. We will
Okay,
continue the
thank you.
discussion.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Can I also request everybody, they can bring their lunch in and sit down and be more comfortable while eating so that we can begin on time at 1:30. I would highly appreciate your cooperation. Please, टाइम की सूरत हाल को देखते हुए मैं गुजारिश करूंगी कि सब लोग आप अपनी प्लेट्स लेके खाना लेके टेबल्स के ऊपर आ जाएं ताकि कंफर्टेबल होके खाएं भी और हम जो अगला हमारा सेशन है वो वक्त पे स्टार्ट कर सकें। बहुत शुक्रिया।
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। मैं हूं आपकी होस्ट सादिया सत्ती और आज के SDTV बुलेटिन में मैं आपके साथ लेके आई हूं डिफरेंट स्टोरीज, जिसमें हम आज बात करेंगे मुल्क में होने वाली मौसमियाती तब्दीलियों के बारे में, क्लीन ग्रीन इस्लामाबाद के बारे में, और हमारा फोकस होगा ग्रीन एनर्जी कॉकस पर। इसके अलावा मैं आपके साथ शेयर करूंगी कोरोना किस तरह से मुल्क की मौसमी सिचुएशन को टारगेट कर रहा है। मौसमियाती तब्दीलियों के बायस किस तरह माहौल को साफ बनाया जा सकता है। इस सिलसिले में आइए देखते हैं इकोसिस्टम रेस्टोरेशन पे SDTV की एक रिपोर्ट। मौसमियाती तब्दीलियों को मद्देनजर रखते हुए हम इस्लामाबाद को कैसे क्लीन, ग्रीन और साफ बना सकते हैं, इस बारे में आइए हम आपके साथ शेयर करते हैं एक रिपोर्ट। मुल्क में बढ़ती हुई कोरोना के बाइस पाकिस्तान में लोग 40% से ज़्यादा गुर्बत का शिकार हो गए हैं। कोविड किस तरह से हमारे तालीम के निज़ाम को, सेहत के निज़ाम को और माशी निज़ाम को मुतासिर कर रहा है, आइए उस पर नज़र डालते हैं।
Similarly, about 40% more people have gone down the poverty line, below poverty line. And the government is not in a position financially to provide them financial aid or assistance. Many people are losing their jobs. So therefore, in our country, in Pakistan, industry is affected, agriculture is affected, because then growth will be affected if people cannot really afford to. Because with this, the inflation has come up. There is unemployment, more unemployment. That has added to the miseries of the people. And when people are not healthy, they are not financially well off, then they cannot really be the part of the engine of the growth. And that is a big loss. So therefore, while the government of Pakistan is trying its best to really cope up with the situation and public is cooperating, we pray and hope that we control this pandemic. The worst hit is again education, because the children are out of school, and unless and Pakistan is not that advanced that you will have people will work on the internet system, and they cannot, online education is not at all feasible in countries like Pakistan, because some are well developed areas, but many far-flung areas like Balochistan, like our ex-tribal belt, interior of Sindh and all that, and even in interior of Pakistan, the rural Punjab area, their children are not well aware to really get their proper education online, and their parents are not also very educated to help them to get that education. So these are the impacts, and I hope the nation, by the grace of Allah, we expect will stand up to fight this challenge and help the government, and the government will leave no stone unturned really to minimize these difficulties of the people. Big challenges come, but then the towering leadership really faces those challenges and overcomes that. And we hope and pray Pakistan leadership will also stand up and face this challenge along with the entire Pakistani nation. United Nations plan of Sustainable Development Goals was a very good plan. That was to help poor countries and third world countries to fix their goals and then try to achieve those goals within a stipulated time up to 2030. But now with this pandemic, there has been a lot of adverse impact on the achievement of these goals. And therefore, I think United Nations may have to reconsider as to whether this time frame is realistic or no, because the countries must try. They must try to meet these goals within the stipulated time frame. But I feel that because still we don't see light at the end of the tunnel. There is a vaccine of all types. Some people say it is 90% effective, others say it is 60%, some say it is 50%. And those people who are getting vaccinated, even those are being exposed to COVID attacks. So there is an uncertain situation. So therefore, I feel that this goal of 2030, with those 19 goals or 17 goals which have been fixed, I don't think so that poor countries who are coping up, who are fighting COVID-19 and trying to mitigate the difficulties will be able to meet these goals.
जी नाज़रीन, तो अब हम आपके साथ शेयर करते हैं आज की आखिरी रिपोर्ट। आइए देखते हैं SDPI की ग्रीन एनर्जी कॉकस के बारे में एक रिपोर्ट।
ऑल सॉर्ट ऑफ सपोर्ट जो है वो SDPI प्रोवाइड करने के लिए तैयार है। पार्लियामेंटेरियंस का ये अपना इनिशिएटिव होगा कि स्पेसिफिकली क्लीन एनर्जी पे वो एक अपना कॉकस जो है वो पार्लियामेंट में तश्कील दें, जो कि सेनेट में भी हो, नेशनल असेंबली में भी हो।
यहाँ पे आप एक पार्लियामेंटेरियंस का एक फोरम बनाने की तजवीज़ लेकर के आए, और अगर ये बनता है विद एक्शन ओरिएंटेड प्लान कि आपके सामने हो, ये हैं लंबा चौड़ा, इसको आगे जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं होगी। आप अपने गोल्स अचीव करें, डेस्टिनेशन सेट करें, और उसके बीच में मीटिंग्स बहुत होती हैं, लेकिन अगर हम एक्शन प्लान सामने रखते हैं कि हमने पहुंचना किधर है, क्या चीज़ अचीव करनी है, तो इससे बेहतरीन आइडिया हो ही नहीं सकता। ब्रेन्स हैं ज़बरदस्त, काम करना चाहते हैं, और अगर ऐसा कोई फोरम बन जाता है जो आप बनाने की तजवीज़ रखते हैं, तो इट कैन डू अ रिमार्केबल जॉब।
अगर एक स्पेशल फोकस कॉकस बन जाए जिसमें पार्लियामेंटेरियंस जो हैं वो एक ब्रिज बने बिटवीन द पॉलिसी मेकिंग and the implementation and execution of the policy and support climate change ministry on it and the government on it.
जो मसाइल दुनिया को क्लाइमेट चेंज के एंगल से लाहक है, तो ये एक सोल्यूशन है।
जो क्लाइमेट चेंज को दरपेश मसाइल है, उस पर मैं समझती हूँ कि ये बड़ा खुश आइन इकदाम है।
अभी जहाँ पर बात आती है कॉकस की, तो आई थिंक इट्स अ वेरी गुड इनिशिएटिव अबाउट द क्लीन एनर्जी एंड द ट्रांजिशन।
पार्लियामेंट्री कॉकस ज़रूरी है, एंड मेरा अपना ये ख्याल है कि इट शुड बी سینٹ اور پارلیمنٹ دونوں کا جوائنٹ کاکس ہونا چاہیے.
جس طرح سے سلیری صاحب نے یہاں پر کہا ہے کہ ہمیں یہ سوچنا ہے کہ ہم یہاں کیا کر کے گئے ہیں, تو دس از دا تھنگ جو ہم چاہتے ہیں کہ ہم اپنی جنریشنز کے لیے کر کے جائیں.
ویسے تو پارلیمنٹ میں بھی ہم یہ کام کر سکتے تھے, لیکن وہاں پہ جو ہے نا وہ اس کو شارٹ ہم نے کر دیا ہے, کیونکہ جو اس فیلڈ میں انٹرسٹڈ ہیں اور جن کا یہ کام ہے اسی کو ساتھ لے فوکس کریں گے. وہ یہ فوکسڈ ہوگا ایک کاکس اسی انرجی ٹرانزیشن پہ.
بہت اچھی بات ہے اگر بن سکے اور ہم سب اکٹھے بھی ہو جائیں, اور یہ بھی ایک طرح کا بہت پروڈکٹیو اگر پلیٹ فارم ہو.
مبارکباد دوں گا ڈاکٹر عابد سلیری صاحب کو کہ وہ لیجنڈ پرسن ہے پاکستان میں, جو SDPI کے تحت سسٹینیبل ڈیولپمنٹ گول پہ کام کر رہے ہیں. ان کی پوری آرگنائزیشن بہت پاکستان کے نمبر 1 آرگنائزیشن ہے اور ہم ان کے ساتھ ہیں. ہم چاہتے ہیں کہ یہ آلریڈی ٹیکنیکل سپورٹ دے رہے ہیں ہمارے SDG سیکریٹریٹ کو بھی اور پارلیمنٹیرینز کو بھی.
کمٹمنٹ نظر آئی ہے تمام پارلیمنٹیرینز کی, جیسے آپ نے خود بھی دیکھا ہے کہ ایوری ون سیڈ کہ ہم باتیں نہیں صرف کرنا چاہتے. ایوری بڈی وانٹیڈ ٹو ڈو سم ایکشن, ایوری بڈی وانٹیڈ ٹو پٹ دیئر ورڈز ان ٹو سرٹن کائنڈ آف اے کانکریٹ ایکشن. اور کوئی ایکشن پلان مانگ رہے تھے, ہم سے کہہ رہے تھے کہ ہمیں بتائیں کہ اب آگے کیسے جانا چاہیے اور اس سارے انیشیٹو کو انسٹیٹیوشنلائز کیسے کرنا چاہیے.
آج کا SDTV بلیٹن دیکھنے کا آپ کا بہت بہت شکریہ. اب ہمیں انتظار رہے گا آپ کی ویلیوبل سجیشنز اینڈ فیڈ بیک.
COVID-19 has highlighted the crisis posed by the decimation of the global economy through a natural disaster. If countries do not move away from their business as usual activities and non-compliance to the climate goals, the level of economic disruptions will be far more elevated. The backdrop of COVID-19 have supported green recovery for many countries that entered the crisis with already high debt levels. Assist developing nations in their war against climate change. Countries and businesses are looking for net zero targets by cutting carbon. COP26 can facilitate the challenges, innovations, and opportunities.
The event is the Planet Budapest 2021 Sustainability Expo and Summit. In fact, this is not one event. In fact, this is a series of events consisting at least 4 different events. Namely, the summit itself, the Sustainability Expo, and interactive public programs about sustainability, and a youth program about sustainability. The summit will allow heads of state and heads of governments, also important decision makers, experts, and company representatives to share their insights on these matters, along with tens of thousands of visitors. These series of events will make the Planet Budapest 2021 the largest international event in Central Europe dedicated to sustainability and the future of the world.
I would like to give some remarks about this Planet Budapest. As we know that there is no Planet B. This is the only planet that we have got, and it's up to us whether we save it for our future generations, a livable planet, or we want to leave our future generations in a planet with no water, with no natural resources, with no fresh air to breathe, with no oxygen, and full of carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide, ozone layer gases. To me, this initiative is very timely, and it has a macro implication, and it has a meso and a micro implication. The macro implication is that this summit is being hosted straight after COP26, which would be held in Glasgow from 31st of October to 12th of November. 195 countries, they would gather there, they would make their pledges for ecosystem restoration, for curbing the carbon dioxide emission and increase in temperature to pre-industrial level. So right after that, this summit, that would provide some sort of practical guideline and way forward. So if in Glasgow, the international community would be meeting to discuss theory of climate change, I can see that the expo here, it would give us some practical guidance on how to adopt some of the things that we have been discussing in Glasgow as part of our NDC's nationally determined contributions to reduce carbon dioxide emission.
I kindly ask His Excellency Bela Fazekas and Dr. Abid Suleri to hand over the certificate to the winner of the essay writing competition, Miss Fatma Baksam.
First of all, thank you so much. Like I was saying before, there's an American proverb that I believe in very wholeheartedly, and it goes that we don't inherit the world from this earth from our ancestors, rather we borrow it from the future generations. So we need to live here like we have to give it in a good, at least we need to give it in a better position than we found it, right? So this is something I truly believe in. The essay topic that I selected, waste management, that was something that I very strongly believe in, because living in Islamabad, I expected, you expect the capital city to be really clean and really developed and all of that. Still, the waste management problem is very high here. You see littering all around, even the educated people are seeing littering. They don't take care of that very much. This was something that needs to be taken urgent care, especially in Pakistan. People need to be more responsible toward the planet, toward this earth. Obviously, they just don't have to clean the home. That is the perspective that needs to change, that the whole earth is your home and you need to take care of it all together. And obviously, one by one, when we join hands, we can make a better world together. And inshallah, that is the whole point of this Planet Budapest as well.
Does the panel think that COP26 has brought us closer to the climate or closer to the climate disaster? What do you think? Is it a failure or a progress? And what are the demerits and the merit of this COP26 and the way forward?
Well, we know that in the global diplomacy, things they don't move that easily, and especially on climate change, things they creep. But the mere fact that COP26, it was the 26th congregation of nations to discuss the solutions and way out from climate change. In itself, it was quite encouraging. And the panel here, I think they were of the same opinion that although there was a glass half full, but we should focus on the half full part of the glass and try to pour more water so that its level increases.
last discussion, we have already had a lot of knowledge sharing and information from the experts and the keynote speeches on green financing, green banking guidelines, the frameworks, the institutions, how the EU experience can be translated into country-specific, Pakistan-specific context, how we could really incorporate some of the good suggestions and harness the potential in terms of tapping in the right resources, and a lot of other information that I'm sure you all have been enriched with in this first session. And as we are continuing talking about the challenges and about the space that we are talking about here is intersection between climate change, energy, and the fiscal space that we have. So to continue the discussion, it's also important to identify some of the important opportunities we have with respect to the challenges that we are facing and how we could overcome those with the help of inter-cooperation with each other, how we could struggle together, make collective effort, considering that we are cognizant of the fact that we have the financial limitations and instability. So the role of private sector then comes along, and how do we see that the private sector can provide a parallel opportunity to support the public sector. So we'll be talking about these, and we have some really good panelists and the speakers for this session who will be enriching us with their knowledge on how can we look into the opportunities, challenges, and the green financing guidelines. So in that respect, without any further ado, I would like to invite my guests for today. So firstly, I would like to request the in-person participants who have joined us since morning. So Dr. Fakhra Rizwan, who is a company secretary, Chief Legal and Corporate Affairs Office, Pakistan Stock Exchange, to please come in. Thank you, ma'am, for joining. I would also like to introduce Mr. Waqar Ahmed, who is the Chief Executive Director of Core Alliance, Head of Corporate Affairs and Sustainability, Nestle Pakistan. So Waqar Saab is also here with us. Then we have Dr. Sajid Amin, he's the Deputy Executive Director, SDPI, will be joining us very shortly. And also we have Mr. Amar from PFAN. Sorry? Ghazil Jabbar Saab, who would probably, who I would like to invite on this panel. He's a Deputy Chief of Party, Pakistan Private Sector Energy Projects, PPAC, to please join us on the stage. Thank you so much. With this, I would like to firstly begin with Dr. Fakhra from Pakistan Stock Exchange to share her perspectives on the discussion that we have been holding since this morning on how the Pakistan Stock Exchange is playing a role towards mobilizing its effort for a green and clean Pakistan. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Pakistan Stock Exchange, being the progressive stock exchange of Asia, is cognizant of the fact that ESG initiatives are essential for a sustainable growth of our capital market and the industry. There's the reason that Pakistan Stock Exchange has taken initiatives which include the initiative of creating an ESG task force. It's one of the leading member of the ESG task force, along with Pakistan Institute of Corporate Governance and other key players of the capital industry. So although Pakistan Stock Exchange cannot be directly supportive or playing a critical role in the green financing, but yes, it is extending the narrative of ESG development in capital market and under the listed companies. For this purpose, this ESG task force is also created, so it could help to establish the standard reporting practices and procedures for the listed companies and extend the narrative of ESG growth in listed industries. For that purpose, we have conducted different sessions on the with these leading players of different sectors, and we have been working on that. We expect that obviously not directly but indirectly by extending our support to the listed companies and the capital market, Pakistan Stock Exchange can play its role to enhance support for the green financing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fakhra. And I think just like you have said, we would like to, in this context, have more understanding on engaging with private sectors, developing public-private partnerships in terms of green initiatives in Pakistan. So I would like to now navigate to Mr. Waqar, who is online, in terms of how can the private sector, particularly through the CSR initiatives and other initiatives, can help in overcoming the challenges that are associated with green finance. And also, if you would like to elaborate on your work that you're currently doing in this space, I think that would be informative, and we can have further discussion on it. So over to you, Waqar sir.
Thank you very much, Sarah. First of all, really grateful to SDPI and the organizers who have invited us here to share what we are doing today. And let me give a very brief introduction of CORE. CORE stands for Collect and Recycle Alliance of like-minded companies. And these companies are not only those who are producing products like FMCG companies like Nestle, Unilever, Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and many like these, but also companies in the packaging industry, for example, Packages, Spell, and many others. Then those who are actually creating plastics like Angro Polymers, and then the recycler like Green Earth, and over and above, the well-known think tanks and the activists who are working on this area, think tanks like SDPI, and also like WWF, who are very actively part of this newly formed alliance, which is less than 2 years old. So our effort is to create an environment which help us, not only us like companies, but also help government to look into an area which is collection of waste in this company and then take it for recycling. So ultimate goal is a circular economy for this country. This is a big challenge. If you look at the plastic waste which is generated in this is over 300 million tons every year. And it's just an estimate. It can be more, it can be less, but it's just an estimate of waste that is generated in this country. And it's only about the plastic waste. So forget about all other waste which is generated in this country. And that's required a formal collection and then recycling. So the challenge in this country is the collection is really, really weak. And whatever is done in this country is done informally. So I can give you a very interesting example of the PET bottles, which is like, the water bottles or the cola bottles that you see in the market. You hardly see them in your garbage box because, in fact, it's been collected by informal channels even before you see it next day in your bins outside your home or bins outside your restaurant. It's been picked up by informal channels because it has a value. So any waste that has a value, and a value like this one, which is almost like gold. So it started from 50 rupees kg, it goes up to 100 rupees per kg, depend what quality of this waste is. So all PET has been collected at informal channels, then has been recycled and used in different industries. Similarly, but that's not the only plastic that we use in our packaging materials. Many companies use all kinds of plastics. Some are easy to recycle, some are very difficult to recycle, but those are being recycled or they are been picked up in channels. So addressing this, what core has been, the first step that we taken a year back, and we have very successfully concluded now to a last level, where we have convinced the government that, food industry should be allowed, or the similar to food industry should be allowed to use recycled plastic in our packaging materials. So far, it's been allowed by Pakistan Standard Quality Authority, which is a national authority, and the 3 provinces, KP, Sindh, and Balochistan. Where it's left is only in Punjab, and we are very hopeful that it will be done in Punjab also. So once that is done, then companies will be, allowed to use other than virgin plastic. So recycled plastic can be used in the food grade packaging. Now, by doing this, this was our first policy initiative, which we have close to very successfully managed. Now we have taken a task of convincing government that, the sectors requires attention, like we are giving attention to the crisis on the energy side. We all know, we are short of energy. So what I think consecutive governments have been doing, they are facilitating the solar energy or the alternative energy in the country. Considering that there have been schemes have been offered, whether it's on the import side or whether it's by in providing the cheap financing. So we have recently requested Ministry of Finance and also requested the Ministry of Climate Change that all be together we should push for a similar kind of industry and environment for collection and recycle industry. So projects which are either existing today, which are very few, you can count in numbers, and really is their effort is really laudable, but contribution is very small. But to have this industry flourish in this country and to do it at the private sector level, so that this burden is shared by the private sector. So government should provide a policy of low rate of financing, possible tax holidays, and when it comes to a lot of machinery is not available in Pakistan, it has to be imported. So then these need to be provided at a concessionary rate in terms of the tariffs have to be taken to 0 or reduced, so that this industry can flourish, and government only need to facilitate. Rest, there is a lot of investment available in the private sector. There are companies who want to specialize in this area. They will come and create facilities of infrastructure and incorporate all the informal infrastructure, that is informal collection, which is done. I think the informal sector is doing a commendable job in this country. It has its own challenges. The child labor is there, all other things, all negative stuff is there, but they are doing a great job by collecting our waste. So we must laud their effort that they are doing something. Our waste is collected by them, but still they are doing it, and we need to formalize it. And the last thing is that once it's formalized, then there is a recycling industry available in the country, but that also need to be formalized and then at a humane level, so that the good practices are followed there as well. So once that's done, so I think we can do things which are required in this country, and we can match ourselves to few of the developed countries in the world where collection and recycling is actually done. But mind you, even the advanced countries like US, they have, all states have different standards of collection and recycling. In fact, they are also struggling with the similar challenges that we have, though they are at a very advanced stage and they have some kind of collection and recycling, but they're also struggling by having different states having different standards. And because of that, the recycling of the materials have been very, very difficult. So at the policy level, we have suggested government now to look at financial mechanisms which can promote this industry, help new investors enter into this area and shoulder the burden of the government, which is not done before. So that is our our request to the government. And at this forum also, through the help of you and this platform, we'd also request once again to the government to look into this green financing for collection and recyclable projects also. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Waqar. And I think with this, as we are talking about the role of the private sector, it's really important to recognize how the small and medium enterprises are playing a role. So we do see that the SMEs are playing a major role in the developed economies, where particularly they are contributing to job creation and business development. We have Mr. Ghazil from Pakistan Private Sector Energy Project under the Private Financing Advisory Network, PFAN, supported by USAID. And they're focusing on expanding the overall portfolio of commercially viable clean energy projects in Pakistan. And by targeting these SMEs and providing them support in accessing the finance and reaching financial closure. So I would like to pose a question from Ghazil Saab in terms of his work and experience in this field. That how do you see that the SME industry in Pakistan can contribute to tackling the climate crisis by fostering the clean energy transition in Pakistan? What kind of opportunities do the implementation of these green financing tools and guidelines can present the SME sector to be mobilized? And is there like a kind of a difference to the approach when it comes to SMEs as compared to the larger industries or the private, multinational organizations which are operating in Pakistan? So up to you.
Thank you, Dr. Anna. I have a presentation which will address most of these questions.
Okay, I think that is possible.
We can put up that, I think that will address most of your queries.
Sure, thank you. I would request IT to please present, put his presentation.
So while they're putting up the presentation, I'd like to thank the organizers here for giving us the opportunity to present PFAN and the private sector, Pakistan Private Sector Energy Project. Thank you all, and Assalamu alaikum, and a very good afternoon to all of you. While we just put up the presentation, I'll just go through the first slide. I think we're on. Can you hear me? Okay. So PFAN, Private Financing Advisory Network, is a global network of advisors where we provide financial advisory services to clean energy projects and the SME sector across the globe. This is an international network with a very dedicated Pakistan-specific program called the Pakistan Private Sector Energy Project, which is a USAID-funded program. This is, both these programs are effectively the same program. One is the technical partner is PFAN, and the Pakistan project, which is USAID-funded, is the PPSC project. I would just like to, run you through on, what the project is, how it operates in Pakistan, and what we've achieved so far. The project in Pakistan typically is a year old, but let me tell you a bit about PFAN first. So PFAN is, as I mentioned, is a network of advisors with more than 160 climate, clean energy and financial experts. It's hosted by UNIDO and DREEP, and it was established in 2006. It's basically a multi-party trust fund hosted by donor agencies, including the Australian government, USAID, the Swedish government, and many other donor agencies. The concept is to provide free of cost service to local SMEs working in the clean energy space. And the projects are typically projects which support the climate and are green projects across Pakistan. So those are the projects which PFAN inducts. Having said this, if you see the focus on Pakistan, although we're a year old, we've got 23 advisors with us on ground. The largest presence is in Africa, but we draw down from all the international experiences into Pakistan. So here's what we do. So we're looking to address the missing middle, and this is where the financial advisory comes into play. On one side, there's limited supply of investor-ready and bankable projects. On the other side is the challenge we face is the equity investors and lenders and potential financiers don't have the right product suite in place to address those climate challenges or not geared enough to address or fund these climate projects. So we're trying to bridge that missing middle where we go out to project developers, get them on board, help them structure projects, make them bankable, create information memorandums, structure the project for them, create financial models, take them out to equity investors and financiers, and in an effort to achieve financial close to the project. So we're trying to bridge that missing middle by creating a bridge between these two entities. On one hand, we're also working with banks and government agencies and trying to build capacity and create more awareness around clean energy projects and renewable energy projects. PFAN Global's track record is quite impressive. We worked around 1,000 projects and raised around $2 billion. With 4.1 million tons of carbon mitigated, with a success rate of 17%. And clean energy generation projects that we have is 1.2 gigawatts. Just want to add that, out of the 300 projects that's mentioned here, we've got around 40 projects in Pakistan, 40 projects in Pakistan so far. So this is the Pakistan specific program, which is USAID funded. It's solely funded by the USAID. The technical partner is PFAN, as I just explained. The hosting bodies are UNIDO and REAP. REAP again is another Vienna-based organization which supports clean energy. We've got a dedicated team on ground with a presence across Karachi, Lahore, and Islamabad. We are undertaking project origination. We are developing relationships with financial institutions and equity investors. We are also building relationships with government institutions and trying to build capacity. We just finished the SME acceleration services as well, which is early stage clean energy projects. We provided support to them and build capacity. So we get them to a phase where they're ready for the main PPSE pipeline projects. We are able to undertake all these projects and advisory roles through our 23 advisors, a network of 23 advisors dedicated to Pakistan. There are 15, which is an average work experience of around 15 years of local Pakistan-based experience. These people are climate experts and financial experts. We can mix match these experts according to the needs of the projects and fully support each of our projects with the best possible needs around clean energy. So our typical criteria is, the projects have to be commercially and technically viable. We look at very, high growth potential, an experienced management team, and a very high gender and climate impact. The sweet spot, of course, we've defined this as $1 to $50 million. We feel we had a market scoping study. It's a bit, SME and beyond. So we kind of want to create, more visibility around clean energy projects across the country. And we want to not really restrict ourselves to the SME space, but also allow the corporates and the mid corporates to work closely with us. In the process, we've also included priority areas. We'll just show you on the next slide, where we've identified core priority areas for us, and that's exactly how this is as per our scoping study initially when the project was launched. But in effect, when we actually went through originating projects, the thrust of our projects is around B2B captive distributed. This is more solar PPA business. Then there's the e-mobility business, and which is electric vehicles. I saw a question around electric buses. So we've got projects around those. We've got charging stations. We've got battery manufacturers with us looking to raise money, looking for financial advisory for these opportunities. Rural electrification, we really want to focus on, although there's a commercial viability gap for that space, but along with, of course, biomass and biogas as well. But, we're hosting various events webinars, seminars, and Dr. Hina was kind enough to help us on one of these as well. And we're trying to build that space, build capacity with the government on many of these areas as well. As priority 2, we're looking into urban waste management. As the previous speaker just mentioned, we've also got a project around plastic recycling, which is also in priority 2. Then we've got energy efficiency, industry 4.0, and of course, wind and solar IPPs. Although we feel this is priority 4 because it's not really the SME space that we want to focus on. So this is how our pipeline of project works. So we originate projects through webinars, through personalized approaches. We have rolling inductions of projects with us through our online IT platform. But we do a quarterly evaluation of our projects where we induct projects on board with us. And then we allocate, once projects are onboarded through an IC, we go through a development pipeline for about 4 to 6 months, where we work with these project developers. Our advisors closely advise them on how to build financial models. We help them create information memorandums, get them bankable, create advise them on collateralizations, guarantees, and make them presentable to banks, and create the right structure around each of these projects. Once that's done, we our investments facilitation team takes over the project. And then they introduce these projects to equity investors, host roadshows, take it out to banks. We make presentations on behalf of the client, and try to close a deal and raise funds for them. There is a tipping point facility in place that we are looking to create, which will fund and more technical assistance for early stage and last stage. You could say more technical assistance support, where we are able to undertake third parties to do due diligence or some level of support that the business needs to achieve a financial close. This could involve legal fees, carbon credit verification fees, for example. So this is how our pipeline looks like at this point. We've got 30 projects with us. The 10 projects are just going to be announced pretty soon. They haven't been inducted, but our pipeline looks very promising, and we managed this for over in just a matter of 1 year. These are all clean energy projects. These are all in Pakistan. The pipeline looks at around $364 million. They are primarily early stage, so that's why you see the equity component being a bit higher than debt. As I mentioned, most of our projects are solar PPA projects. We've got 12 projects there. Then there's clean energy, clean transport space. This includes e-mobility projects, electric vehicles, solar battery storage units, charging stations. And then we've got wind projects, other distributed and off-grid projects, and biomass projects as well. That's about it from me. I hope this was a good representation of what we do and what we've done across our project. I'd be more than happy to answer questions if any, and these are my contact details. Just before I close, I just want to say that our next application deadline is August 28th. So if there's any project developer listening or interested in applying with us, please feel free to contact us, and we'd like to help you upload your project with us before the 20th of August. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ghazal, for providing us an information on a channel that could provide opportunities for green financing for private sector and also SMEs and the industries which are operating. Of course, we'll come back to you with some questions that we have in the second round, and of course from the audience. I would quickly like to navigate to Dr. Sajid Amin, who is a Deputy Executive Director of SDPI and has worked extensively on the relationship between financing mechanisms and economic growth. So, sir, from your research and experience, what is your perspective on the green financing tools that already exist or what could be done in Pakistan, what are some of the key initiatives that could be taken, and how these mechanisms would actually play their potential role in reviving Pakistan's economic situation that we are currently facing, or we have been facing. So that's just a guiding question that probably would help you to make us understand about what the picture looks like. So over to you.
Hina, thank you. Can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Dr. Hina, can you hear me?
Yes, you are loud and clear, Dr. Sajid.
I'm sorry if you hear some spoons and plates in the background. I am just done with one session and joining you from the hotel, actually. So my apologies if you have some background noises there.
No problem, Dr. Sajid. Please continue.
Hello.
Ji, Dr. Sajid, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Your question, actually. Yes, thank you. Let me start by thanking you. Changing around such an important issue of green financing, and that particularly in very close collaboration with the partners working on green financing, both within Pakistan and across the Pakistan. So this is really a very timely initiative. As I was sort of supposed to speak 5 to 7 minutes, so let me quickly come to the kind of challenges and then followed by the opportunities that we can build on. I think first and foremost challenge of green financing is the mainstreaming the green financing tools and instruments in the main fiscal planning of Pakistan. Right now, there is a very sort of a marginal share of green financing in Pakistan. Very small level initiatives are there, but the major challenge remains moving from the kind of the standard fiscal planning instruments and the tools gradually towards the green financing as a major source of financing, not only to the green initiatives, but as an overall overarching fiscal framework. So I think that remains a major challenge. And this is where I think your work is very, and GIZ and other partners, those who are sort of joining us, this is really where you sort of are creating a debate and discussion around the green financing. And I think this is the first step to kind of integrate green financing debate into main fiscal planning debates, which gradually can then to be taken up to refining the tools and the instruments. So I think the first challenge is sort of sensitizing the fiscal policymakers or the policymakers in general that there is a very big potential untapped tool of financing, which is more sort of economic friendly, which is more, environmental friendly, and which has a very strong economic case. Right now, I think the other challenge that I link to this one is that we have been putting green financing as just an environmental tool or environment friendly tool. I think the discussion and debate on green financing needs to go beyond green financing as an environment friendly. It has a very strong economic case that we need to come up with. For example, let's speak the language of the parliamentarians, of the politicians, that putting $1 in green energy can help produce 7 to 8 jobs compared to 1 job if you put it in non-green initiatives. So we need to sort of reorient this discussion and debate, particularly how we are communicating it to the parliament. And I think this is the second challenge that I see, that we need to rethink the packaging of the green financing both in terms of its sort of the scale and the size availability, but more importantly, the kind of economic gains that it has. So I think this is very important. The third risk or the challenge that actually is when you go on creating a sort of green financing market. Currently, whenever we are talking on green financing, generally it is tapping some up from the international markets, some green loans, some debt swaps. That is where we end actually. But if we have to sustain green financing, particularly in context developing countries and transit countries like Pakistan, we have to work on risk side at least in 2 to 3 dimensions. The number one is, what are the key risks in moving towards green financing? You know, there is always a path stagnancy, the very set, established, celebrated tools of financing, standard tools, and then you gradually move towards green financing tools, which are not yet that scale tested. So there is a risk. So we need to very clearly identify what can be those risks of transiting from a standard model of financing to the green financing model. And in the second layer, we need to come up with the policies, sort of the proposals, at least at initial stage. How can these risks be minimized? And finally, how these risks can be converted into incentives. By minimizing those risks, you can convert into the sort of incentives. So there we need an overall sort of, if you can say, a framework. What are the risks within a local context? Actually, I just would like to highlight another point, that generally when it comes to the discussion on green financing, many times we end the best international practices that we think as a lesson, and we take as a lesson and copy paste and move forward. I think if we have to have a sustainable green financing market in any country like Pakistan, we have to understand it from the local context, from an indigenous context. And this is where it needs a serious deliberations and discussions and sort of consultation with the stakeholders. What are those risks? And particularly the risks associated with the small investors, actually. Generally, the discussion stops at the larger level, the big entities. But you know, if the sustainability of green financing market depends on to what extent, how successfully it is including, how inclusive it is to the small investors, the local investors. This is where you can then build on the green financing market. And finally, so I think on the challenges side, the one, and that also is an opportunity as well, actually, that when you talk to the policymakers, the stakeholders, the fiscal planning makers, the one objection or the one sort of the kind of concern that comes is the scale of the gap, the financing gap, which is needed, and the right now the availability of green finance, the mismatch is much higher at this point of time. And this has two implications. The one is that it can motivate you, it can push you to sort of scale up the green financing options, both internationally and nationally, the one. But at the same time, it sort of loses the kind of attraction, the attention of the policymakers, given that it is a smaller size available, the gap of financing is much higher. So I think one thing that your work and the SDPI's work and many other civil society organizations and all those partners, those who are sitting with us in Karachi today and maybe online as well, is that to sort of come up with how we can scale it up. For example, let me just, and how we can sort of convince the policymaker. Let me give a quick example. For example, there is a number that even if we have to sort of green finance only if you have to green the transport sector, we need roughly $3.5 billion per year in Pakistan just to green its transport sector. Now that is a big number. You can see it that this is the 1.5 billion higher than the annual flow that we are receiving from IMF under Extend Fund Facility Program. This is more than 50% of total imports of Pakistan, actually. So this is a big number, apparently on its face value. But if we can bring up some sort of, the other picture is that if Pakistan can reduce inefficiencies of trucking sector only, it can save more than $2 billion. So this is where we have to sort of integrate that how we can scale up the green financing availabilities and from within the sector that we are aiming to green, there are huge potentials to kind of do this. So these were some major challenges that I think we need to, if we come up with this discussion and solutions, to sort of, if we have to mainstream the green financing. But let me give you just two quick opportunities which are really sort of arising, which we can build on. The number one, I think, is which has really translated our thinking on economy, that is the COVID-19. It has really given a big push, what we call in economics. When there is a high status quo, you need a big push. The COVID has given that kind of big push that non-economic shocks like a health environment can be a very major macroeconomic shocks, and you have to deal it now. So there is now a much more focus on the new avenues of financing. And I think we can plug in green financing. There is a good work going on at UN level and many other countries to kind of explore the green bonds, the social bonds, and the other bonds, which are now and more in tradition, more in fashion. And I think this is a good opportunity to plug in that into discussion of Pakistan. And this is where it is the second opportunity that we can build on. You are sitting in Karachi. I hope we have a representative from Stock Exchange and from the State Bank of Pakistan. I think there is now a very good initiative that Stock Exchange has taken. We have been in discussion with the Stock Exchange a couple of months back. We met Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, the Chief Executive of Pakistan Stock Exchange. And now it is sort of moving towards a green stock exchange now. And this, I think, can open a new sort of window of opportunity to scale up, to test, to build, to incentivize the green financing market in Pakistan. What we can propose is that there can be a green corner in Pakistan Stock Exchange. And I think there is a discussion already which is exclusively linked to the exploring, improving, strengthening sort of the green financing opportunities, be it the bonds, be it the green bonds, be it the social bonds, or be it any other possible options. Secondly, then I'll close. I think I've taken too much of my time. Is the critical role of State Bank of Pakistan. I think State Bank of Pakistan has been working on sort of green financing in terms of the concessional credit to the green initiatives. I think it needs to gradually go beyond this one now, that it should sort of gradually decrease the non-green financing, should integrate more with the corporate sector, with the private sector, to go more on the green, promoting green financing. So I think this is just a kind of summary. I remain available for any questions for more details into it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sajid, for your useful intervention. And I think very rightly you have put down some of the major challenges, but with some key recommendations on the opportunities that Pakistan can harness and the measures that Pakistan can take to establish a well-defined system around this climate, mobilizing and accessing the green financing opportunities for Pakistan. I'll come back to Ms. Fakhra. We have just learned that you, along with other relevant institutions, have established this task force on ESG. Would you like to elaborate on that? Because that is something to play a vital role when we're talking about private sector being accountable for or taking their initiatives towards it. How do you see that coming along and taking it as an opportunity here for Pakistan?
This task force is recently established and PICG, Pakistan Institute of Corporate Governance, Pakistan Stock Exchange, and other key relevant stake players are playing a role in it. The purpose of this task force is to come up with standard regulations and standard procedures to ensure that the narrative of ESG is establish in the listed companies also and take them on board. There could be two ways of doing this. One thing is that exercise your regulatory powers and prepare regulatory regulations and ask industry to implement those things. But I think the SCCP and PSX, being the frontline regulator, have adopted a better approach where they are taking the leading industry players on board and taking their support, their understanding, and their knowledge to establish formats, establish standard practices. So their input is already there, and on the basis of their provided information, the regulatory authorities can exercise their regulatory powers and provide regulatory supervision to the industry.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And I'll now move on to Fazil Saab again on the work that you're doing for financing the green energy projects. So what appetite do you see in the private sector and industry coming? And as you also had mentioned an opportunity that you're financing, there's a round call for applications where you're supporting some of the projects. So would you like to elaborate on the appetite that has been created? How do you see that ecosystem being developed in Pakistan? How do you see what kind of policy or the institutional landscape is still required to kind of support you in this manner? Where are the gaps? So yeah.
Sure, thank you for this. I think there is a lot of potential. Currently, there is very limited appetite for it. As you know, we've been seeing there's lots of talk about green bonds. There's some precedents around this as well. I think that will really initiate a lot of things. I see a lot of potential around carbon credits. If around the verification processes, and carbon credits are being sold at initial phases as well, which helps raise capital. That's a very big market to look into. We have some guarantee facilities, especially with the US aid as well, which I would like to highlight here. We should capitalize more on structuring these products and supporting bankability. And that's what this program is also doing. So we're trying to unearth specific projects, products from this environment which support clean energy, and try to work with government agencies as well to highlight all these issues and bring out these kind of projects. Again, on a policy front, it becomes very difficult for us as a program to intervene in these. But what we do is bring out international case studies, bring out examples across what the program has done. For example, in Africa, created a private equity fund on clean energy. There's lots of room around it. If you see our own pipeline, we are sitting on a pipeline of around $364 million. And this is just 1 year of operation. And this pipeline grows, around 14, 15 projects every quarter. So considering that, there is, enough appetite and a lot of potential to have more climate specific funds and climate specific products. And thanks to State Bank as well for extending the renewable energy facility. I think this really supports the case. Our banks are more encouraged to lend to such projects, and we see a lot of continuity, especially with green bonds, more government, more corporate guarantees structures in place, and then of course carbon credits which will take place. Thank you.
Sure, thank you so much. I think just a quick question to Dr. Sajid. So since you work with the policymakers, with the institutions, and also knowing our SDPI's history and strong emphasis on creating opportunities for green finance in Pakistan, what do you think that how the gaps are existed at the institutional level, especially in the institution's capacity, how we could fill them? What could be your suggestions to be able to build the institution's capacity to bridge the knowledge and be actually able to harness the opportunity that we are discussing today? So thank you. Dr. Sajid, are you with us? Dr. Sajid, if you're with us, you're muted. I think he has some technical issues because he's in another conference. So probably his connectivity does not allow to speak again. But I think with this, I would just like to move on to my guests who are sitting here from the audience. If you have any questions to the panelists from Bakar Saab, from Ghazal, from Ms. Fakhra, on any specific question you would like to ask, please feel free to do that. If you could raise your hand and our representative will pass on the mic. So there's a question from that table. But then perhaps I would have another question for Bakar Saab from Nestle afterwards. So.
Good afternoon. My name is Farid. I'm part of the corporate banking team at Citi. Just a question from Ghazal. On the carbon credits bit, just wanted to understand what do you think would the next steps be for example, renewable energy producers in Pakistan that want to trade their carbon credits in the international market, and how banks can sort of enable that. So just want to understand what you think those next steps would be.
Sure. No, I think that's a very interesting question, and one of the questions that we're also facing right now, and we're exploring this possibility. But I think the first and foremost thing is to have the supply chain ready, which is the back end. You should read up on the Jordan model, and this is a World Bank funded project that they executed in Jordan. It's called the MRV system, where they monitor, record, and verify carbon credits first. So this kind of consolidates the carbon credit issue, all the projects together, under one platform. And having said that, it avoids duplication. So the typical problem in the world for international, you mentioned, sale of carbon offsets. The problem is, one carbon credit can be sold across various countries, and that has been a significant problem. And there's no unified registry in place. So the MRV system typically addresses that issue. I feel that if we have a similar issue, similar product or similar backend in Pakistan, that could be a very good starting base of recording projects, at least, and get them verified, create the infrastructure where we have unified carbon credits platform which are registered and which are verified. And which have more credibility around things. It could be any international body or a local body which verifies those. But as long as the infrastructure is there, that should be really the starting point around things. And again, the offset market is again still nascent. But there are opportunities in terms of trading. There are just yesterday the ADGM, the Abu Dhabi exchange, also announced the recent linking with the ACX, which is the carbon exchange. So they're launching it as well. So there is talk about a similar link up, but I think the fundamentals of being in Pakistan is basically to create the back-end infrastructure first, and then move ahead with the next trading model.
All right, thank you. So there's another hand raised at the back, and then you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ghulam Mustafa Arar, and I am the CEO and President of Nature Conservation Alliance Pakistan. This is a youth-based research organization situated in Karachi University. So my question is that we are talking about green financing throughout this session, but I feel that there is a major gap between the industry and the academia. Like, we are moving towards creating a green infrastructure. We want to create the supply chain. But one thing that we need to tap in is that human resource is also important. And we need some technical support in this as well. Like we all have been talking about solar energy as the best source of alternative energy, but there are a lot of limitations with solar energy as well. Like if I share with you, last year we had only 32 sunny days in Karachi during the whole summers. We had a vast number of days with the cloud cover. Now, this is one thing which is a limitation of solar energy. Plus, there is a major impact of climate change on the solar pattern as well. So don't you think that in order to develop a more sustainable approach, we need to liaison or align with the research-based institutions and the student body as well, like inculcate some sort of financial education in them as well? Because as being an environmentalist, we all have been fed up only with the sciences, and we are not relating ourselves with the financial industry. And I think that is a great gap. So are we planning to do something on that? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think Bakar Saab, would you like to respond?
Thank you. I think it's this question is partially referred to us because what he talked about on, talking about when it comes to solar energy. And then our question is more related when we comes on the, of course, solar energy is our issue as well. So it's not like, while core I'm representing collection and recycling industry, or those are interested in that, Nestle itself has a very keen interest on solar energy. And I think he very rightly said that, this changing patterns of climate and the way this is changing is alarming, and that will impact a lot of activities, including the way we are looking at, the way we are looking at this specific area as well. So involvement of academics is always very important. So there's no to it. I think we should be involving, and I'm sure the large companies, they always look for the academic institutions. So like we work very closely with LAMS. We try to work with other institutions like NUST as well. And of course, our presence is more on this side where our manufacturing concerns are. And we are trying to go solar wherever is possible. There are certain bottlenecks, which I'm sure companies sitting here will tell you, when it comes to wheeling, where there's a challenge comes from the government side. So academia role is very, very important. And we, as I said, we can't say no to it. But I think academia need to be proactively engaged on it, engaging the industry, engaging the government, creating these platforms where such discussions are more overtly discussed. Rather, we try to, avoid such discussions. So wheeling is a huge, big issue in this country, where, the industry energy is produced at one place and then it can be transferred somewhere else. So that can be a big question. And I think universities can play their role by engaging the authorities, by creating these platforms.
Thank you so much, Bakar Saab. And as he rightly mentioned, and I think that's a very important question that we are normally looking into very closely, that how we could actually bridge the work with academia, the industries and the policymakers. And that's something that is still not at the level where it needs to be. But it will, of course, be linked up with more engagements, with more collaborations that needs to be taken place in bridging whatever the academic institutions are playing their vital role in producing an evidence in the form of numbers, in the form of data. But at the academic side, the policy implications to learn about or to be cognizant of what implications would it brought to the policy side, or from the socioeconomic perspective, from the environmental perspective. So that understanding will be built together through these forums that we have created, like of today. So it's all about building capacity with each other, with the knowledge from one another. And I think this time we couldn't get hold of a professor from a university on that topic, but I think moving on, we'll definitely be having a representative from academia working in the field and probably enriching us with more information and knowledge. So thank you so much. That is well noted. We have another question from the desk at the front.
And Dr. Hina, I have a question also. If you allow me, once you're done with your someone on the audience side, I have a question for you. I'm told that State Bank of Pakistan is sitting here, so I have a small question for them as well.
Yes, so Vakarsa, State Bank of Pakistan was here in the morning and they had to leave unfortunately, but we are collecting the questions and we are sending it out to them and the emails, through the emails, and they will be responding back. So kindly, if you could just send us the, probably write in the chat box or the Q&A, or you can send it directly to me and we can connect you and they will be responding via email. So that's something that we are also have questions from online participants, but considering the availability of our officials from the State Bank, we are not able to get hold of them for the day, for the whole day. But of course, we are connected and we are very happy to connect you with them on these questions. So I'll go back to the audience if you have another question. Yeah, thank you. From the first table, there's a hand raised.
Syed Abbas from Suleri Bank as a green banking officer working. My point was elaborated by CEO of the company. The main thing is that there are many students over here. They are coming and attend. It's very highly appreciated. Whoever invited him, I would like to initiate SDPI for inviting the students for collecting the information from the firms and corporates, what it's going on in Pakistan is right now. The main question is from all the panelists that we are talking about the SDG, and SDG have many goals, like they have 17 goals. But in meanwhile, we are talking about the green and cleaner energy. So I thought we have to build a plan and a policy to take both SDG 17 goals both and environment and a clean energy both. So I thought we are lacking of the policies and a framework to bridge them. So kindly, if any one of panelists can elaborate that how we can bridge in a corporate or finance institutes and different to build SDG, CSR, and environmental and social responsibilities. Thank you.
Yes, any of the esteemed panelists would like to have a comment on this?
I can take a crack at it. I think I would replicate the EU business models if you were to see. And I think one of the reasons why they've been able to implement more of the SDG goals in place is again because of carbon taxation that they have. They've got a taxation structure where there's a minimum amount of emissions that a company can take, and beyond that, then they have carbon taxation elements around it. But of course, this matter becomes very political when it comes to Pakistan, and of course, our country is not geared towards that sort of taxation structure at this point in time. So I believe this will mostly rest around more voluntary work and capacity building sessions, and I think that is what needs what is the need of the hour for Pakistan, where and it's organizations like us as well. We're meeting and holding different sessions with financial institutions, with equity investors, government organizations, creating the awareness, bringing out what type of projects are available. We recently did and it's on YouTube as well. Please go and check this. We've done a webinar around EVs. We've done webinars around biogas, and just to create more awareness around the various types of projects and the benefits that these could bring along. And to see and explore commercial viabilities. We are working with a few government agencies as well to figure out a way on how to bridge the viability gap. For example, solar electrification of villages, explore different business models. If we are able to do that, at least build capacity, see where this is going, and create the infrastructure around it. It kind of brings around the voluntary market of helping the government build policy as well. Once people start implementing, the policies come in naturally, just like with electric vehicles, for example. The government started working with electric vehicles. As soon as there's, international exposure to it, people started importing electric vehicles from China. You could see, a few vehicles around, and then, of course, the other macros took into place where, the business case for electric vehicles became more conducive. So it was more of a government thrust where they came up with the EV regulations in place. So this is just one example on how more of a bottoms-up approach will work for Pakistan.
You're talking about the e-vehicles and batteries. I have one question as an environmentalist. We are hunting the ores of the land, and many others ores that which are being built by the batteries. So this is also the one of the concern as an environmentalist. If you are hunting the ores of to manufacture the batteries for the solar capacity building, for the electric vehicle capacity building. So how we can tackle the environment and main solar and the electric vehicles to topple this gap or topple this issue?
So yes, I mean, there is a battery issue which prevails, and the technology is such. This is more technology based. I believe there is talk about lithium-ion batteries. There is talk about supercapacitor batteries. Lithium-ion, again, you know, is 4 times the price. Supercapacitor maybe 15 times the price at this point. But then again, it all depends on how the market is. If you launch lithium batteries, no one will buy, and there's no commercial viability around things. So unless the technology evolves, which it is, there is talk about lots of battery swapping, electric vehicle opportunities in the market. There are businesses which are coming up in place, but they will be around more lead acid / lithium batteries as well. But this technology really needs to. I don't have an answer to this, if that's what you want, because this is very technology. But yes, the balance has to be there. So let's say people are talking about charging these batteries with solar rather than the conventional grid. So that would improve the case a bit. So it's initiatives like these. But to answer your question, we have to wait it out and test how the technology evolves, and that's where the academia comes into play. And very rightly from the gentleman's question, there is they have to play that role in creating the research and the technology around it, considering the need of the market as well. Next.
Thank you so much, Kazil Sahib. And I think still we would encourage that we have some questions from the audience that we could get in terms of a written format. We will combine those, of course, with the ones that we are brought up online, especially for the State Bank who are not here this afternoon, but probably for tomorrow, or and also on the email, we'll connect with them. For the rest, I would like to now move on to the closing of this panel, and thank you to all the panelists, the esteemed guests who have joined us for this session. I hope it was informative, and like I see that there's a representation from the academic institutions as well. So I'm sure it was knowledgeable and informative, and our next generation can of course bring in a lot of capacity in this domain, and we can move on to more practices and implementation side of these. So thank you so much for this panel, for the panelists, for this discussion. And we are really grateful for your valuable inputs and insights. And we have a short break for the coffee for 10 minutes, and we'll resume. And then we'll be having the last round of discussion with few other key panelists, and we'll then call it a day. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Is there anyone here? ये जरा टेबल साफ करिए कितना गंदा हो रहा है हाँ जी ये साफ कर दीजिए सारे वो भी उठा दें ग्लासेस वगैरह भी उठा
Hello.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। आज हम अपने प्रोग्राम के साथ जो है वो एहसन इकबाल साहब जो कि सेक्रेटरी जनरल हैं पाकिस्तान मुस्लिम लीग नून के और बड़ा वसी पार्लिमानी तजर्बा रखते हैं और लोकल बॉडी सिस्टम पर भी PMLN के हवाले से इनका मौक़िफ़ जो है वो हम जानेंगे कि PMLN जो है वो ये जो रिफॉर्म्स होने जा रही हैं और उसमें लोकल बॉडीज़ के जो तीनों टीयर्स हैं काउंसिल्स हैं उनमें बेहतर कोऑर्डिनेशन ट्रांसपेरेंसी और उसको एम्पावर करने के हवाले से PMLN जो है वो क्या नुक्ता नज़र रखती है। हम वेलकम करते हैं जनाब एहसन इकबाल साहब को और जानने की कोशिश करते हैं कि एहसन इकबाल साहब ये फरमाइए कि बहैसियत सेक्रेटरी जनरल पाकिस्तान मुस्लिम लीग नवाज़ आप क्या समझते हैं कि लोकल बॉडी सिस्टम जो है वो कितना मौसर और बेहतर होना चाहिए ताकि अवाम की सर्विस डिलीवरी जो है उसमें इम्प्रूवमेंट आ सके।
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं ये कहूँगा कि कोई भी डेमोक्रेट या कोई भी इंसान जो जमहूरियत पे यकीन रखता हो उसे जमहूरियत के तीनों सतूनों को तस्लीम करना पड़ता है। जमहूरियत की जो इमारत है उसका पहला सतून बल्दियाती इदारे हैं या मुकामी इदारे हैं, इसके बाद फिर सूबाई फेडरेटिंग जो यूनिट्स हैं उसकी मुंतखब असम्बलियाँ होती हैं और उसके ऊपर फिर कौमी असम्बली और सेनेट पार्लिमान आती है। और अगर हम मुकामी हुकूमतों को या लोकल बॉडीज़ को पनपने का मौका नहीं देंगे तो जमहूरी निज़ाम हवा के अंदर मुअल्लक होता है और उसकी कभी जड़ें अवाम तक नहीं पहुंच सकती और जो मुकामी अवामी मसाइल हैं उनको हल करने में भी वो कोई मौसर किरदार हुकूमत कोई भी हो अदा नहीं कर सकती। लिहाजा मुस्तकबिल में जमहूरियत की कामयाबी का मेरे नज़दीक 100% दारोमदार मुकामी हुकूमतों की कामयाबी और उनकी मजबूती पर है। जितनी वो मौसर होंगी उतनी सर्विस डिलीवरी बेहतर होगी, उतनी आवाम के मुकामी मसाइल बेहतर हल होंगे और अगर उनके मसाइल बेहतर हल होंगे तो उनका जमहूरी इदारों पर एतमाद और यकीन बढ़ेगा।
जी, इसमें बहुत दफ़ा ये देखा गया है कि जो सूबाई हुकूमतें स्पेशली 18th अमेंडमेंट के बाद सूबाई हुकूमतें जो हैं वो लोकल बॉडी से जो है वो बड़ी मुतनफ़र नज़र आती हैं और वो एक उनसे जो है वो अदम तहफ़्फ़ुज़ का शिकार रहती हैं। तो इसका आपने ये देखा कि गुज़िश्ता अदवार में हमने बहुत से तजर्बे किए और जो जब भी कोई ताला आज़माते हों तो उसका फेवरेट केक जो है वो जमहूरी इदारे होते हैं और वो समझता है कि उसका मैंडेट जो है वो जमहूरी इदारों के ज़रिए स्ट्रेंथन हो सके। तो आप बहैसियत एक सियासी जमात के रहनुमा के तौर पर ये फरमाइए कि सूबाई हुकूमतों को जो थ्रेट होता है लोकल बॉडी सिस्टम से कैसे निकाला जा सकता है और एक स्मूथ मैकेनिज़्म जो है वो क्या हो सकता है?
देखिए, पहली चीज़ तो मैं ये कहूँगा कि माजी में सबको शिकायत होती थी कि मरकज़ बहुत इख्तियारात हैं उसके पास और हमारा जो निज़ाम है वो ओवरली सेंट्रलाइज्ड है। और फिर जब 18वीं तरमीम हुई तो मरकज़ ने बहुत सारे फंक्शन सूबों को दे दिए। अब इस वक्त सूरत हाल ये है कि सूबे ओवर सेंट्रलाइज हो चुके हैं और सूबों की कैपेसिटी नहीं है कि वो इतने इख्तियारात को बखूबी डिस्चार्ज कर सकें और आवाम तक सर्विस डिलीवरी कर सकें। इसलिए डेवोल्यूशन का जो 18वीं तरमीम में हुई मंतकी उसका अगला कदम ये था कि सूबों से मुकामी हुकूमतों तक डेवोल्यूशन करते, डिवॉल्व करते, डिसेंट्रलाइज करते, इज़ला के ऊपर जो हुकूमतें हैं उनको मौसर करते। लेकिन सूबों ने अब अपने आप को ओवरली सेंट्रलाइज कर लिया है और वहाँ पे मेरे नज़दीक जो ब्यूरोक्रेसी है वो नहीं चाहती कि उन इख्तियारात को वो नीचे की तरफ तफवीज़ करे, क्योंकि उनके पास पूरे सूबे के इख्तियारात हैं, पोस्टिंग्स हैं, ट्रांसफ़र्स हैं, बजट्स हैं, तो वो चाहते हैं कि उनको वो इस्तेमाल करें। तो मेरे नज़दीक इसमें
My name is Abid and I'm highly honored and excited to be moderating this panel discussion on green financing in a global context. Nevertheless, since this is the last session, and if you have any pending questions that were in your minds throughout the day and you would want to put up, but they still don't match the global context phenomenon, you can still put up your questions, but by the end. By way of introduction, I'm an international consultant certified by the International Training Center of the ILO in Turin. And I have several years of experience working with various international organizations, including United Nations, the European Union, and GIZ. So coming to the topic, with change comes opportunity. I was thinking while I was listening to the discussions, the panel discussions and the speeches today, that creating a greener economy requires significant investment, whether it is financing a new electric bus network, for example, the e-vehicles that Ms. Romina was talking in the morning, or even Ghazal Jabbar spoke just now in the previous panel discussion, and many other experts also mentioned that. Or it can be building a solar farm or building power plants powered by renewable energy. It was very interesting that while moving towards the chai break, I heard someone who's called Dr. Bushra, and she's sitting right here. She was talking about sustainability, and I completely somehow agree. Whenever we start working on things, we need to think of, we need to have a long-term foresight on this. So in this regard, responsible investing is being developed all around the world. And this investment is based on an approach to investing that seeks to include environmental, social, and management factors. And these factors are in the investment decision-making process for better risk management and sustainable and long-term return on investment. So I know this is a little complicated, but in order to understand that, we have amongst us distinguished panelists and experts who would be sharing their experiences from all over the world. And this is going to be an interesting panel discussion. Before we get into the formal panel discussion, I would like to tell you that by the end of this discussion, we would be happy to open the floor to all of you for questions, like we have been doing in the rest of the panel discussions as well. But I would also like to let you know that it's really an exciting moment that since morning we are having around 100 online participants who've joined us, and I think we should clap for them because they have been there with us. We have been eating and drinking, but they have been the most committed ones without eating and drinking. They've stuck, they are with us. To the online participants, please, we would be very happy to involve you also. So if you have any questions, we have our IT persons here, Hamza and Adnan, who might be who can take your questions, and we'll ensure that all your questions are answered and you are given equal time. Okay, so I would like to start the panel discussion, but before that, of course, we need to have the panelists. And to have the panelists, we need to introduce the panelists. So I would like to invite our panelists to the stage. First, I'm very, very excited to welcome an international expert whom you have seen since morning, but let me keep his name a secret. I'll let you know what he is and what he has achieved. So he's a technical lead for sustainable finance at the German Agency of International Cooperation. He also leads the work for the ASEAN Sustainable Finance Project of GIZ. Before this, he has worked 5 years in China, leading the Sustainable Finance team at GIZ Beijing. He has 12 years of work experience in international finance and development. And prior to working with GIZ, he worked in business consultancies in Munich and London. He holds 2 master's degrees, one in finance and development from the University of London, and another in European business from the prestigious EDHEC Business School in Paris, Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and help me in welcoming Mr. Achim Deuchert. I think that should be louder. Let's welcome him to Pakistan. He has come all the way for us. Thank you, Achim. We also have among us, as I told you, that this is a hybrid model seminar. So we have another expert with us who is the CEO, NDRMF, in case you don't know about that. It is National Disaster Risk Management Fund, Mr. Bilal Anwar. Mr. Bilal, are you there online with us? Is Mr. Bilal there? Okay, okay, he's there. Oh, thank you, Mr. Bilal. I was very impressed going through your bio, and I felt really honored that I'm given this opportunity to introduce you. Mr. Anwar is an international climate policy and sustainable development professional with a reputation as a leading technical expert with over 2 decades of diverse experience in climate change. Since January 2022, he has been appointed the CEO of National Disaster Risk Management Fund, registered under Section 42 of the Companies Act to provide funding for government and non-government entities in undertaking risk reduction activities against natural calamities to make Pakistan resilient against disasters. His earlier experiences include being the General Manager of the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub, Port Louis, Republic of Mauritius, setting up carbon regime of CDM in the United Nations Climate Change Secretariat in Bonn, Germany. So please help me in welcoming Mr. Bilal Anwar. And our third panelist, who is the focal point of this conference, because of whom we are all here, because of whose hard work, Hartmut Behrend. He's the project leader for 2 projects on adaptation to climate change. He's executed by GIZ in Mali, which aimed at mainstreaming measures for adaptation to climate change in development planning and improving living conditions in rural areas to mitigate conflicts in West Africa. He's a climatologist who has worked on the politics of climate change since 1988. So I was 10 years old. Okay, so starting in the German Parliament, later in the European Commission and in NATO. He has led projects on environment and climate change in Turkey, Hungary, Romania, Mali, and we are so fortunate to have him in Pakistan now. Since 2021, he's the coordinator of the first climate and energy partnership offered by BMZ to Pakistan GIZ. Let's welcome Mr. Hartmut. I think it should be louder. He deserves more. Thank you. And I'm sure your energies are great. Thank you. When you clap, I'll be happy. When you smile, I'll smile. So it's up to you how I behave standing on this stage. Okay, so I believe that there is another prestigious, distinguished panelist, which I'm not sure who's joined us at the moment or not, but she would be joining us shortly. So let me just, in order to finish up with the introductions, I would introduce her. She's Ms. Aisha Ghaus Pasha, who's currently serving as the Minister of State for Finance and Revenue. In April 2022, she was appointed as State Minister, and the credit is that she is one of the 5 female members of the new Pakistan Federal Cabinet. Ms. Aisha Ghaus, we are looking forward to having you soon with us, and straight away we will be going to the questions. Thank you, Achim. Thank you, Hartmut, for being here. So some very interesting questions pertaining to understanding green finance in the global context. So my first question is for Achim. Achim, starting with the overarching objective of the European Union Global Deal, which is for the European Union to become the first climate neutral continent by 2050. So what are the initiatives that GIZ is taking to achieve the European Union Green Deal?
Thank you. It's an honor that I can go first. I need to pay attention with the phone. There is no interaction. About the EU Green Deal, we heard about before from the EU Commission. Yeah, so I will not repeat too much. But what I think is striking that the European Green Deal is a full-fledged program to put Europe to net zero until 2050, as we have heard. And it's not a vision, it's a reality ambition, so to say. So they really put out a plan, actions, regulation policies, and industry targets to make that real. And including this is the Sustainable Finance Action Plan. And the Sustainable Finance Action Plan includes, for example, the EU taxonomy. It includes mandatory disclosure standards. It includes the EU green bond standard. So it's a whole package. Yeah. And from my understanding, from what I see as a worldwide, the EU, I guess, could be seen as a global benchmark for putting green finance policies and standards forward. So, yeah.
And can we expect like newer jobs and better quality of life if some components of the European Union Green Deal can be brought into Pakistan? Yes, no, or we're just trying?
Yeah. So the ambition of the EU Green Deal is, of course, a total transformation of the European industry. Yeah. So a change from old industries to new clean industries, industry that provide green jobs, safe jobs, clean jobs. And I think with this we have seen that when old industry goes down, yeah, new industries come, and new industries, of course, offer more jobs and better jobs. So yes.
Right. Right. Thank you very much, Achim. I would be moving and engaging Mr. Bilal Anwar as well. Mr. Bilal, taking advantage of your experience, we would like to understand what are the projected climate risks in Pakistan in relevance with the industry?
Well, thank you very much, first of all. I hope you can hear me and you can understand me loud and clear.
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay. Well, first of all, my apologies for not being physically there, and I try my hardest, but some of the commitments came in a way that I wasn't there, and otherwise I would have found it wonderful opportunity to be there and engage with such a wonderful partners, and that would have been a wonderful opportunity to engage and share some of the work which NDRMF is doing, which of course I'm going to do it today, but I think being physically there would have been wonderful. So congratulations to SDPI and the GIZ and other partners for putting this together. Now, since before answering your specific question, I just want to take a couple of minutes, maybe 1 or 2 minutes, because the topic of this particular session is so much interesting, and Achim actually mentioned about this the European clean the Green Deal, and yes, it is a very elaborative and comprehensive program for Europe moving towards net zero. And I must say that the kind of initiatives and the whole ecosystem and the policy infrastructure and incentive infrastructure which has been built around it to make it a success. While having said that, because we're talking in the global context, so I think we need to be mindful and cognizant of the financing, green financing or climate financing needs globally as well. What we know from the NDCs and the recent work which has been done in the NDCs synthesis report and the financing needs, we know that there's a great deal of and a huge financial gaps, whether we're talking about the education side or the adaptation side. There are many numbers in the literature kind of around, but you take any number from any piece of literature, I think the number is just staggering. You know, it moves around, starts from something $350 billion per annum to goes to around $800 to $900 billion when we're combining the mitigation and adaptation action, just to meet the NDC commitments. And also to put things in perspective, what we also hearing and from the NDC implementation is that if all the commitments at all the ambitious level is translated still we are unable to meet the IPCC or the Paris Agreement target for 1.5 degrees centigrade. So I think that basically makes the whole financing component very, very critical. And we need to, and especially the Europe and the developed countries, or in the UNFCCC context, the Annex 1 countries have to come up and they have to meet the financing gaps. And we all know that the GCF, there was a lot of discussion going around and a lot of very positive references throughout the day to the GCF, but we know that the $100 billion commitment has not been met so far, and you know, we're way lower than the commitment. Even though we know that the $100 billion, of course, is not going to be adequate. So just to highlight things, just to make things a little bit more dramatic, if you allow me to do so, and since we're talking about the financing, now coming to your question, the climate risks in the specific context of Pakistan and the industry. Well, I mean, you know, we live in the age of disasters. Again, there have been many numbers around there, but what we're saying is there was 11,000 extreme weather events between 2000 and 2019. So in the span of 9 years, we have seen 11,000 weather events. The industry lies right in the middle of all the economies and the societies. So one way or the other, directly or indirectly, they do feel the heat, they do feel the impact. And in most of those cases, or I can say in the majority of these cases, the impact the industry faces is adverse. But at the same time, I must also say that the industry, while they are they are being targeted by these climatic events or the climate risk, and I must say that they are also one who have been very much centrally located in terms of you know, being responsible for that as well. And I don't want to single out the industry, but I think the societies and the economies entirely are responsible for that. I think industry have always been at the forefront, and they have to take the ownership in terms of the solution. Now, specific risks which industry is facing. Of course, we know that with every weather events, they do become target of it, and whether it be the heat waves, it be the floods, or it may be any other extreme weather event or the natural disaster. Now, in addition to that, the most dramatic impact that the industries have been facing is that the climate change, or the adverse impacts of the climate change, have the overall impact on the economies and on people, and then the economic impacts which the industry faces. I think this is what the most, it brings the unpredictability, and I know that, and everyone knows that the industry do not want, and they do not like uncertainty and unpredictability. So one of the biggest element of climate risk is it brings the element of uncertainty and predictability, and that basically is having a quite adverse impact on their workings, on their kind of operational setups. So yes, industry is right in the middle of it. Thank you.
Can I just interrupt you here? And that's very interesting that you spoke about the gaps, and I'm sure that gaps create more risks. So would you like to put some light on what the financial industry should do to prepare against climate risks, if not mitigation?
Yes, when we talk about the climate finance, the last report from UNFCCC, there's a standing committee on climate finance, which basically says that there's around $680 billion of the climate flow, which basically they define the climate finance, which is a flow of finance from developed countries or the developed nations towards developing countries. So $680 billion might sound a big amount, but when you actually look into the number of countries and the people in the communities, it's not really a big number. So the gaps actually remains. So very rightly so, what we have been discussing this for the entire day, what is needed is no public finance can actually fill this gap. And I'm not saying that, you know, it must like the scale and the magnitude should increase from the public finance. So the private sector or the private finance have to come into it. And new and innovative and the financial instruments, they need to be experimented, they need to be implemented is as soon as possible. We heard a lot about during the day. We've been talking about the different kinds of orange, blue, green finance bonds. I mean that has been experimented and very successfully implemented. Not very big economies of the world, but very small economies of the world. I was personally engaged in one particular project in Fiji, a far off small island in Pacific, which actually initiated the blue bonds, and their blue bonds were very successfully launched in London Stock Exchange. Similarly, the blended finance, and that has to come into picture as well. Carbon credits have a huge potential, which we need to experiment, we need to implement in Pakistan and in the region as well. And similarly, the private finance is coming with a number of new and innovative instruments which have a huge potential. And insurance, of course, is one of those.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Bilal. I think I should take this further, and we'll involve other panelists in this similar discussion as well. And of course, we'll come back to you on this as well. I would like to involve Hartmut. Hartmut, the impacts of climate change are just starting to be felt seriously, and it seems that it will increase exponentially in the strongest of mitigation scenarios, like Mr. Bilal was talking about. So what are your thoughts about this? What would you say about this?
It's very clear the impacts are increasing exponentially. And I think 2 years before, if we would have talked about impacts of climate change, most people would have shaken with their heads. Today, nobody is doing it anymore. We saw in Pakistan the big floodings, 2010. We saw the Gulfs since many years already. We see now the biggest heat wave we ever have experienced, a heat wave which is hotter than any climatologist could imagine before, although since 40 years, the climate forecasts were almost exact. And we have to take into account that these climate impacts cause more and more damage to the economy, to the enterprises. And that is why, because of that, we need a risk assessment for the climate finance. We need for this the state bank. We need the climate financing system. We need a strong system. These systems are now developing in all the world. Just now, we are just on the best train where we can now go together, Germany and Pakistan. That's why we here also the first climate and energy partnership. And we should take this opportunity. Impacts are increasing a lot, and we have to take it positive to really tackle this impact and see where we have the opportunities for the future and how we can avoid. But the big challenge for the future is to assess the impacts, to assess them really metrically. And in this respect, GIZ is also now developing new instruments like they are doing in many fields of climate change. Thank you so much.
Right. Okay, so the university students really liked your energy and what you said. I'm sure there would be more questions coming in from there. Hartmut, in the same framework, CEI, the Climate Energy Initiative that you are heading, what are your plans to further support the private sector engagement to combat climate change?
We are just developing our plans together with the Pakistani government, between the German and Pakistani. And my sole role is to coordinate it and to try to get as much as ideas and to build networks to really receive these networks. And I think with Bilal, we have a very strong partner at the National Disaster Management Fund. And with Achim, we have the biggest partner from Germany. That's why I waited for both of them to go forward. And we, as a Climate and Energy Initiative, have started with a sensing study. With their representatives, the consulting company Stimulus was this morning here, who has written the sensing study. to figure out where are the gaps for the engagement of the private sector in order to contribute to the funding and to combat against climate change. Then we saw in this workshop that the key is indeed the state bank and the banking sector. Without it, we won't be able to fund the private sector. We saw, in addition, that 5 times as much funding from the private sector is available as from the public sector. So we need the private sector. We want to bring these together, these ideas together. We will do it in September in a stakeholder meeting where we will combine both of the processes which we are dealing with now. We want to bring together the German partners and the Pakistani partners. We need on board, and that's what we need for tomorrow, to continue the state bank with us because they have the key in their hand. And if they have the key in their hand, we want to do the best for the country. And in this sense, the high policy dialogue of our climate energy initiative will decide how to bring further our ideas. What I see is the most important ideas from Germany, of course, to increase their system of climate finance, to let Pakistan profit how they did it, to receive also ideas from Pakistan, which could eventually be important because Pakistan is impacted much more from climate change than from Germany. And then with these ideas to go further. You know, I'm an old man, but I like fresh ideas. And we have to have a clear concept. The concept is to strengthen this system. The concept is the cooperation, but we have to be open to see what is coming. We never thought what would come now with the war in Ukraine, which came. We never thought that we would have a heat wave like we had in this spring. We have to be flexible, but we are flexible, and we have that network. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. And I'm sure that whatever good practice we are going to bring in through you to Pakistan, it has to be converted in the local context. And in order to achieve those initiatives and the milestones that CEI is planning, I would move to Achim. With the previous panel discussion also, we learned about many challenges and we heard about opportunities for Pakistan. So what are the prospects for Pakistan that you think, keeping in view the global context in mind while talking about green financing?
Thank you. Of course, I just flew in yesterday, so I'm not an expert on Pakistan and the policy field here, but what I can say is what we learned in other countries. I showed a slide this morning. We implement financial systems and green finance projects in around 40 countries all around the world with central banks, including China, Mexico, Brazil, and others. And there we have some lessons learned, and I think these lessons learned could also be valuable for Pakistan. And this also includes roadmaps, how to build the green finance system, how to set up green finance policies, how to supervise them, how to bring the capacities in the industry forward. So I think this is something that we can bring in also based on our German and EU experience. So there are 2 or 3 initiatives I have in mind that we might link with Pakistan. One was mentioned this morning, very famous, the NGFS, Network for Greening the Financial System. Pakistan is applying for it and the State Bank might join. For example, we also have helped the Central Bank of Brazil to join the Network for Greening the Financial System. And this is important because this network is a peer learning network of the most advanced central banks in green finance. So with this network, you get all the experience, tools, and so on that are relevant for Pakistan. But then the challenge is how to implement it. And in order to implement the experience, you need a clear strategy, you need a roadmap, and therefore I was very happy to learn that Pakistan is now bringing together the ESG task force. Because I think bringing together the stakeholders from the public sector, private sector is the first step into the right direction, in this direction to really build a national sustainable finance roadmap. Maybe.
Right. No, thank you very much, Achim. That was, and I'm sure that we need to learn and look forward to your global experiences and how they can be converted into local context to make Pakistan ready for green financing. While our tea breaks and the lunch breaks, I came across a lot of students from the University of Karachi. And I thought that it's very important to, I'm sure that they would be having their own questions. So maybe since we have the opportunity to have Mr. Bilal Anwar here with us. Mr. Bilal Anwar, I would say that money is being poured into green finance these days. Do you think that green finance is going to make a difference? If yes, how are these children, these young adults going to benefit from this? And what would you offer in the form of advice or any practical support to these students who are willing to be tomorrow's climatologists?
Okay, I must say that that's a very interesting question. And, you know, allowing me to put myself into the shoes of young students, which is tough. I mean, for me, it was a long time ago. Anyway, I will try my best. So your first part of your question, whether the green financing is and the different formats, the different instruments of green financing, which is being implemented, being applied, being mobilized, whether that is going to make a difference. The short and sweet answer is yes, it can make a difference to an extent. There is an inherent built-in limitation into it, the way we understand and the way we have utilized and internalized the green finance into our climate action programs and disaster risk management programs. So it has to move on. It has to graduate from that level. You know, it cannot be relied only on the flow of finance, whether green, blue, or any other color shades, from developed countries to the developing countries. So it has to be generated and triggered from the private sector at home, and then the other financial instruments like the insurance instrument. I think that has to evolve, and that has to come up. And Pakistan have a lot of potential, untapped potential for that, and we haven't been able to make a huge utilization of it. I fully understand that there are challenges, and the market and the whole regulatory and the financial infrastructure is not ready for it. But I think we have to make effort, and that should be the priority number one for any policymakers who are in there. And we in NDRMF are actually pushing the boundaries, and we are very much active on this. Now, when we're talking about green finance, it's basically it's a combination of two components, two elements. One is finance, and the other one is green. Now, the green might be the newest component into it. When it comes to the finance, it is very much relied and very much dependent and focused on very much mainstream financing instruments, theories, and the discourses. So I think for the young generation, they need to kind of learn the science, and they have to come up with kind of a more open mindedness in terms of their learning and knowledge, building their knowledge base. Because what we see and what I see on the academics side of it is that it hasn't really synchronized yet with the new sciences and the new and emerging sciences like climate finance or disaster risk financing or disaster risk management. We see some courses on and off here and there, but I think they need to come up with a number of new courses, and those has to be sandwiched and combined with the new instruments along with the old and the time-tested elements.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Bilal. That was very encouraging and inspiring. But do you think that we, when I say we, it's the students sitting here, can take the opportunity to have an internship at the National Disaster Risk Management Fund very soon after they finish their master's program? I'm talking on their behalf, so that they can join CEI, GIZ later.
The answer again is yes, and I must say that you being a very strong advocate, and I like it. Why only internships? Yes, internships. Yes, absolutely yes, and I think we are actually creating the opportunities for the fresh graduates. And number of new opportunities, number of new jobs are actually going to be announced. So don't forget to look into the NDRMF website, NDRMF LinkedIn, and the Twitter. So in the next few weeks' time, there are going to be opportunities. Some of those opportunities are actually very much focused and targeted for the fresh graduates.
So all of you should say thank you. He has opened his doors for internship. For all of you. Say thank you. Okay, yeah, I hope you heard that. Interestingly, we are going to open the floor now to the audience. So it's not only relevant to the green finance in the global context, but whatever question comes to your mind, because I'm sure there are girls, Anushe, Hamna, and there are other girls sitting here who want to put up questions, but they're not maybe confident enough. So here's your time. Maybe you can put up questions to Mr. Bilal, Achim, Hartmut, and they will be very happy to answer. And I'll be happier, doubly happy if you put up a question from the girls' side. Okay, boys can also go ahead. Any questions? Yes, please. Can we have the mic? Can we have the mic, please? Thank you. Gigi. इनको दे दीजिए mic. नहीं इनको जी. शुक्रिया.
Thank you very much. My question is to the two panelists here who are present. You have developed roadmaps for a number of other developing countries. So the real challenge is implementation. So what do you find are where the major bottlenecks are? So I think there is awareness already on the need for climate financing. The challenge is appreciated by all, unlike several years ago. But the question is where these governments face a lot of budget constraints. We know the importance of private sector, but they don't really come in. So when you see the implementation challenge, so where do you exactly see the roadmaps when the rubber meets the road, and what kind of bottlenecks are there, and what are some of the best practices? If you can highlight that, I'll appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So to build the green finance market is, of course, a complex story. Yeah. And first, and I think this is why Pakistan already made such a big step forward. The most important thing is, of course, the energy in the private sector, energy in the public sector, to understand the urgency and relevance. Yeah, and I think this has been done. Yeah, so this is the most important step forward. And then, as you said, bringing together the stakeholders, building a roadmap, a strategy, all of this, I think is doable. And then it comes hard when as we say, if the tire hits the road, yeah, when we need to implement things. And there, what we experienced is that even though if a central bank puts out a great ESG state-of-the-art regulation, yeah, then many banks really face difficulties in understanding and implementing this regulation. Not the big banks, but second-tier banks. And I think this is where we need capacity building, for example, yeah, or what we did in other countries to help the banks understand and implement, and to raise awareness about the business case of going into this direction. So number one, and number two, also important are data. Yeah, data for the industry itself, quantification of risk, forward-looking analysis, scenario analysis. So for example, as you have experienced in Pakistan, weather is changing, climate is changing. It has a dramatic impact on the industry, on the financial industry. So we need scenarios. My business today is different than in 10 years, because in 10 years, weather will be totally different. Yeah? We might have more heat waves, more floods, or probably less, but I expect it to be more. So we need scientific research, how weather, climate is impacting the portfolio of the banks, for example. And yeah, so we need to create these databases. This is also something that we did. And then with the supervisors, even if there's a good regulation, even if the industry has the capacity, if the supervisors don't have the capacity to follow up, if the industry is really implementing the rules and regulations, then it's not the proper game. So also the supervisor needs the capacities to really supervise the actions of the industry in green finance. And this is also something that we did. Yeah, just as a few examples.
Yes, Hartmut wants to add something.
Just a few thoughts to this. From my observations as someone who is not even 1 year now in Pakistan, I'm sure all the challenges, Pakistan will tackle these challenges. I don't have any doubts about that. What I see in Pakistan, you have the human resources, you can tackle it. What I see, you have a lot of donors who are on your side, multilateral banks who are on your side. Take that opportunity. What I see more is that in all the organizations, be it GIZ, be it World Bank, these are Pakistani who are developing all the ideas. So if these ideas bring together, you will very quickly go forward. And never forget about one thing. We, as EU or Germany, we are maybe 2-3 years ahead, not much more. So for this, we have an initiative, climate energy initiative, to go together ahead. And even if we are 2-3 years before, we go together and we get many ideas. We have elaborated on another idea, and this is really the problem with the bankable projects. And the problem with the bankable project is indeed in the public sector, where you have a big problem of human resources because you don't have enough personnel, and you need the private sector influence. We have established ideas, and we might get into projects with the UNDP in order to support Pakistan in establishing an entity for establishing bankable projects. We heard how much private sector money is in all the funds worldwide, which is a million times more than we have public funding. So to tackle this, the idea is to establish this entity. We are not there, but the ideas are there in the framework of the SDG investment map of the project of the UNDP. Thank you so much.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Hartmut. And that wraps up not only this panel discussion, but also the entire day towards the areas that we can work on in green financing. Like you rightly said, supporting the public sector on creating enabling environment, promoting public-private partnership on financing mechanisms such as green bonds, which Achim was talking about, and capacity building of community enterprises for microcredits. Any other questions from the audience? Yes, please. Can we give the mic to him, please? Can you send the mic from one table to another? जी माइक उनको दे दीजिए. अच्छा ले गए हैं वापस. आप पास कर दीजिए माइक. Thank you, Zara. इधर भाई, इधर. वो थोड़ा आप खड़े हो जाइए. आपको हाँ. अच्छा आप पहले. अच्छा फिर उसके बाद आप ले लीजिए.
So one of the issues that now this may come from lack of experience of working with different partners, but when we look at private sector transactions specifically, even if it's climate financing, even if it's rebated financing from the developed world, there's a lot of challenge that is being faced over currency volatilities, especially of the developing part of the world, and that challenge is seemingly disregarded in the sense that we understand that it's a problem from a European point of view and from a PKR point of view, and that creates a lot of challenge for especially when there is technology that is going to be transferred from a developed part of the world to the developing part, making repayment much more expensive. Like today, I just read the report that the orange electric line that we have in Lahore is now 3 billion rupees more expensive because of the devaluation. Now those hindrances, do we see any form of partnerships fostering that may sort of somehow address these issues, these challenges, or is this a challenge? Given that you've worked in multiple different countries, is there any way that you've addressed these issues?
Sure. Thank you for your question. Is it your question is for Achim or Hartmut? Anyone?
Yeah, I can take it.
Maybe for Mr. Bilal also.
Just to be clear about the discussion, I think topic-wise it goes a little bit beyond green finance because it's about currency, volatility, and so on and so forth. But in German corporation, we do something. KfW, they have set up, they call it the TCX, the Currency Exchange Fund, and this is exactly to hedge currency risks for larger projects. Yeah, so
right.
There are things.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's
okay.
it.
Thank you, Achim. I would appreciate if you can just keep your questions short and crisp because we are also short of time, but we want to take as many questions as possible. This gentleman with the beard. Yes, please.
I'm questioning with the panel that we are talking about the climate financing. Can you tell us the more models except of energy sector talk about the climate financing except the energy sectors?
Good question. And your question is for Mr. Bilal?
From all panel.
For the entire panel? So maybe Mr. Bilal, would you like to answer that in Pakistani context?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, there are climate finance is being applied and in different formats and different financial instruments and in a kind of in a blended finance manner as well, where the climate finance, the green finances financing actually combines with the other forms of donor support and equities and guarantees and those kind of other instruments as well. So there are many examples globally as well as in Pakistan. Energy is, of course, the most viable one because there is a service, there's a product at the end of the wire, and that is sellable. So there's a steady stream of revenue. But in other areas as well, we are actually applying this in DRMF, although not in a very typical fashion. We're applying in our agriculture sector as well as in a very typical and classical disaster risk reduction component as well. And you must have heard a lot about, must have come up with some kind of projects which are climate smart agriculture. The one going on in Pakistan is a GCF project in combination support with FAO, and which is actually focused on climate smart agriculture and has a number of other components built into it as well. We also know that in Pakistan, as well as in other parts of the world, transport sector has also been one of the favorite one, but one way or the other actually falls into the energy as well. A number of other areas where it becomes a little bit complicated and complex is adaptation, because of there's no short-term revenues coming out of adaptation, and which is quantifiable and which is easily monetizable. So that's where the complexity comes, but the science and the literature is coming up with a number of new methodologies and new mechanisms which actually allow us to implement and to apply the climate finance models into adaptation areas as well, and which of course is very much needed given the complexity and the adaptation complexity in which we are in. So there are many examples.
Thank you, Mr. Bilal. Achim would like to add to that to answer your question.
Yeah, thank you. And also just what Dr. Bilal said, I think it's very important just to add a little bit. And I think your question is very important because renewable energy is hyped a little bit as the main sector for green finance, but I think green sustainable finance and the opportunities really go beyond renewable energy. And let me just explain, we do not talk only about green finance. Yeah, the new term, so to say, is sustainable finance. Yeah, that goes beyond. It is oriented along ESG, environmental, social, and governance. Yeah, so it includes, yeah, so it includes the whole three categories. And from our experience, from our perspective, every project that follows ESG criteria are just more profitable, yeah, present a better business case because they have lower risks, because they're not exposed to climate risks, not exposed to other environmental risks, social unrest, or governance risks such as corruption. So it's a clean project. First, you have higher resilience, because you build, for example, new infrastructure, buildings or whatever with respect to higher adaptation resilience. And you have lower operating costs because if you carry it out along ESG criteria, you save resources. So in the long run, over life cycle costs, it's just a better business case, and you have higher profits. So this is why every sustainable project is a better project.
Right. Hartmut would like to further add to this. So this looks like
yes,
a very
just one
interesting
comment, which was always going around in my head today already. We were talking a lot about green finance, and I understood that the most important was renewable energies, was the energy sector, what is right. Because if we look at the mitigation of climate change, the energy sector contributes the most. But we are talking more and more about a transition in the industry as well. Here in Pakistan, it's the textile industry, the cement industry, the transport, of course, and more sectors. So if we really going into the zero emission pathway, we should overcome just looking at energy, go further textile, further cement, and so on. This was my comment. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. I think there are a couple of more questions. I think you can write your question and we'll get back to that, but you can pass on the mic, and we will be taking last question from this side. You also have a question? Is it short and crisp? Zara also has a question. Oh, do we have time? Okay. Okay. First here, can you pass on the आइए ना जरा walk कीजिए ना कितनी चाय पी भी है ना आजा इधर आ जाए इधर सर इनके लिए क्वेश्चन था पहले excuse me he raised his hand first. After that I'll give the mic to you. Thank you very much, sir. After this, your turn. Yes, please short and crisp.
Yes, this is Syed. My question is about decarbonization and net zero for especially for the storage system. Any projects you have financed, especially the green financing for those projects, because that is lacking, especially in Pakistan as well.
Could you put your question
for which type of projects?
I'm talking of decarbonization, especially for the storage of decarbonization.
Decarbonization for storage.
For the storage under the carbon capture, yeah.
This is a thing which is very critical seen from many parties. I was involved since 20 years very much in this political discussion. Carbon capture and storage is something which is not very viable, because if we absorb the carbon by producing electricity, for instance, we need more electricity. So it's a big risk. That's the one thing. The other thing, it's something which is used very much by the models who want to go to negative emissions because they don't get any negative emissions without. But it's not worthwhile thinking about it. We are now in an exponential increase of renewable energies. We might come to the same subject on other ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hartmut. The last question of the day goes to a lucky participant.
Assalamualaikum. My name is Imran Zakir and I'm associated with the financial.
What's your name? Slowly.
My name is Imran Zakir.
Okay.
And I'm associated with the financial daily. My question is regarding the carbon emissions, which I think is more appropriate for the first session, but I did not get the chance to ask this question. I would like to ask about the EV vehicles. I have seen that so many companies in Pakistan, they are suffering, which are investing in e-vehicles because our government is not supporting. So is a green financing, you people are introducing green financing. So did you people support our EV sector? And the most important thing is that our engineering development board, it's not any sort of interest. to develop this sector, because without regulations, without SROs, these groups which are investing in Pakistan in EV sector, so they are unable to import the parts of their machines, and especially the batteries also. So if you have seen Pakistan, there are millions and millions engines, petrol engine cars are coming on the roads, that creating a problem for us. And Mr. Shafqat Munir discussed in his speech that we require 12 billion rupees for transforming our transportation sector. I tell you, Mr. Janjua, who conducting a research on Pakistan, and he gets the funding from the UNDP, I think 4 billion rupees funding. So why don't the donor agencies are interested to invest in our EV sector regarding instead of these researches now?
Right. Thank you very much. That was really short and crisp. But a detailed question going everywhere. But I think it's more of a question on the donors, that why donors don't invest in getting Pakistan e-vehicles. Why? Hartmut, why? That's not how donor agencies work.
We don't invest in everything. That does not mean that we don't have any interest. We have a lot of interest in this, and this is the only alternative in the transport sector. For us, from the German point of view, it's simply that we do not invest in everything. We have specialized ourselves. It could be that tomorrow we are changing our strategy and investing in it. But we see a lot of sense in the e-mobility, and it's developing fast. It's a new technology. We can't go without. Thank you.
Yeah. And before going to Achim, he needs to add something. So instead of giving the fish to eat, I think the initiatives are more towards teaching how to catch the fish. Achim.
Yeah, I think I said this morning, the Green Climate Fund, the Global Green Climate Fund is investing 500 million at the moment in Karachi for a clean bus transportation system. And I think this is a e-vehicle fleet. So it's already happening.
If I may just add,
it's a German-funded e-bus service.
Globally. Germany is contributing also to this, and Germany is not blocking it. So what I wanted to say with the comment before, for Pakistan, Germany has this strategy that they are investing in climate change, mitigation, adaptation, and energy sector. For the moment, not in the transport sector. And in every country, there are only 2 fields.
Right. So thank you for your question. We have got great news that Germany has intentions of bringing that global initiative to Pakistan as well. I think we already had last questions, and we are short of time, Zara. Okay, so just write your question, and we'll chat over a cup of chai after this. Right, I'm sorry I'm not taking your question because of lack of time, but we are discussing it. If you have any questions, or if our online participants are having any questions, I would truly appreciate if you can just write it down in the chat box. And here, maybe you can just write it down on a piece of paper and hand it over to Zara. We'll definitely try to answer all the questions. Coming to the biggest problems, what are the biggest problems that Pakistan is facing? सबसे बड़े मसाइल क्या हैं पाकिस्तानियों को? जल्दी से बच्चियां बताएंगी। देखो तो बताएं कोई 1-2 बताएं। आजकल सबसे ज्यादा मसला क्या है? इन्फ्लेशन। अच्छा, और नहीं, जब जाते हो रात को लेटते हो, पंखियां जलते हो, electricity. Okay, so biggest problems usually are education and electricity. So having private schools does not solve the problem of education. Similarly, if you put up UPS or generators at your home, that would not solve the problem of electricity. And in the same way, just talking about green financing would not solve the problem of climate change. I'm sure with today's discussion, our team has been able to stimulate some of the ideas that can help you inspire on green financing from the global context. But this would only be fruitful, if you can reflect.
So I urge you all to go back home and reflect and try to change the ideas that you have learned today into concepts. And I'm sure that such events are also platforms for networking. So you can network, make connections with people like Bilal Sahab, and you can get on your internships, and tomorrow you never know, you would end up working at GIZ. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just so passionate about that idea. But I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience for this panel discussion and your contribution and interaction. I thank all my distinguished panelists, Hartmut, Achim, and Bilal Sab. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And as I, with the permission of Hartmut and Achim and others who don't understand Urdu, whenever I do a session in Pakistan, I always close with this. So if you allow me, to कहते हैं, and this is something very close to me, and I believe in it, कि झेल गए दुख झेलने वाले, झेल गए दुख झेलने वाले, अब है काम हमारा, एक रहेंगे, एक रहेगा, एक है नाम हमारा. Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, before you think we are done for today, I'm also interested to make a short session with all of you. We have the last session with Hina and me, which is about recommendations. We shared the work that I will this time try to make my best to also play a moderator, although I'm not a born moderator, but you have to stay with me for the next half hour. What we will do in this half hour is to collect from all of you recommendations from today's session, what we shall take forward in order to improve the climate financing system, the green financing system of Pakistan, because our intention is twofold. Our intention is, in the first place, we want very soon to do a training to improve the capacities in green financing. And the other thing we are planning with this series of workshops, it's not only today's workshops, it's a series of workshops because of its importance. The other intention is that we are planning on the 13th of July in Islamabad, a high-level policy event where we would like to, with the press, to present to the politics what they can do in order to really go forward in climate finance. And there we are working together hand in hand again in the Climate and Energy Initiative, Pakistan and Germany. And now to really do this exercise, the Sustainable Development Policy Institute, as the think tank #1 in this sector, will develop on the recommendations we will collect today from you, and of course, which we also, the whole day, like Aspire, we're collecting all the time. We will take them forward and present the most important conclusions, recommendations from your recommendations from today to the politics. And to do this, I Hina promised me to write your recommendations on paper, on a flip chart. I like if someone could bring a flip chart here in the center. And then I would like to ask you to come up with recommendations. One by one, we go through one by one recommendation We write it up here on the flip chart, and then we will collect these recommendations. I also encourage those almost 100 participants who are online to come up with recommendations. And if you don't have any recommendations anymore, Hina and me have millions of further recommendations with which we will come up later. For us, it is so important because what we really learned out of this session is that the key for climate financing is indeed the state bank and the green financing system. So if we don't cooperate and support in improving that system, we will not be able to go forward. We want to go forward. We see that climate change, the impacts are increasing. So let's do the best out of it. And we start with the recommendations. Who has the first recommendation? Who dares to present the first recommendation? Are there any online recommendations? Maybe online it's the...
Perhaps if somebody doesn't have any recommendation here, I do have some recommendations that perhaps we can speak out. Yeah. So there's some questions and some comments that we have already in the chat box. So I think that's okay. That's fine. But whatever discussion we have done this morning and this afternoon, I've compiled some of the suggestions and recommendations out of those that probably we could share with the participants, or I can share with you.
Yeah.
Taking on behalf of everybody sitting here and the participants who have joined us online. So with this regard, and of course these recommendations will be shared with you on email while we are also sharing the other relevant materials that might be useful for the practitioners from the banks, from the corporate sector who are joining here today, and for the academic institutions as well. So we have a recommendation from one of the audience. I would suggest if I could give a chance to her, and then I will speak.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Anusha. I'm from Karachi University, Economics Department, master student. I don't have any recommendation, but I have a question. मेरा सवाल ये है कि जो कराची में जो जितना भी गार्बेज है उसके हवाले से आप लोगों ने क्या सोचा है कि उससे भी पॉल्यूशन होता है और इट अफेक्ट्स इकोनॉमी, ठीक है? तो ग्रीन फाइनेंसिंग मैकेनिज्म इन पाकिस्तान में गार्बेज के बारे में आप लोगों का क्या? My question for that.
Introduction करवा दे.
My name is Anusha Arshad from Karachi University, master's student.
So the question from Anusha is that there's a lot of waste around Karachi. So what are the green financing mechanisms that are useful to kind of overcome this issue of waste management? How we could mobilize finances to prioritize the waste management in Pakistan, in Karachi specifically, she's mentioning, because they witnessed that there's a lot of waste being generated all over the city, and there's no management, and it's causing a lot of health impacts, and of course to the economy as well. So how do you see that?
I see it at first that waste is of course a big problem. I don't see it so much in the core of climate change and energy. That's why we are not dealing with it. So maybe someone else can give an answer to this.
Yes, so there's a large potential of converting waste into energy. And there are some projects that are underway, and there are some whose feasibility is looking into. But again, mobilizing resources into these channelized, into these prioritized actions need a very strong commitment from the decision makers and from the government side, the policy makers, the implementers, the relevant institutions. That's what we are, the aim of these capacity building workshops and these awareness program lies, that how we could actually sensitize everybody that the issue remains, and how we could manage and overcome these issues with the help of all the mechanisms, and the challenge that is one of the financial challenge to overcome that. So there's another question from that table. So you have a question or a comment? Recommendation, okay, that's brilliant. You're making my job easy. Yes, please. So after him.
आने वाले वक्त में हमारे पास पानी की कमी हो जाएगी, ठीक है? तो हमें जो जैसे एक प्रेजेंटेशन थी बीच में कि हम टेक्सटाइल में अपना पानी वाटर यूज़ करते हैं, ठीक है? 60% तक हमारे पास इंडस्ट्री जो है टेक्सटाइल की, वो 60% वाटर यूज़ करती है, उसके बाद यूज़ करने के बाद उसको डिस्चार्ज कर देती है, ठीक है? कभी कोई इंडस्ट्री ऐसी भी है जो अनट्रीट करती है, कोई इंडस्ट्री ऐसी भी है जो ट्रीट करती है, और जो ट्रीट करती है उसको वो फ़ायदा नहीं करती, वो ट्रीट करके वो मैरीन लाइफ को तो सेव कर लेती हैं, लेकिन वाटर को सेव नहीं करती। तो मेरी रिकमेंडेशन ये है इस ऑनलाइन सेक्शन के ज़रिए कि जो भी इंडस्ट्री अगर इसको ट्रीट करके और यूज़ नहीं कर रही रिसाइकलिंग के ज़रिए, तो उसको यूज़ किया जाए, ताकि हमारे पास पानी भी बचेगा और आने वाले वक्त में हमारे पास इसकी ज़रूरत भी मतलब पड़ेगी, लेकिन कुछ हद तक इसको लेवल अप कर दिया जाएगा। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much. So because we have some German colleagues here and also some participants from who have joined us from international community. So if I could translate what you have said. So what he has recommended is to encourage corporates and industries to manage their wastewater, because some of them do, some of them don't, but how we could really enforce that management under their implementation strategies and their frameworks, I think that would be helpful, so that there's a mutual and there's a practice of managing wastewater in terms of looking into reusing or recycling and some other practices, and in terms of while we're talking about sustainable consumption and production. So thank you. Please.
Hello. My recommendation is that the word green refers to the environment, I thought. But I really miss here that there is no stakeholder from our environmental department of Pakistan or a Sindh environmental department who has a representative over here to guide, instruct, or enlighten in this green financing mechanism. It's my recommendation that our environmental panelists, like Environmental Department of Pakistan, EPA, and like Regional Environmental EPA representative, someone here who should collaborate or bridge. That's the reason the gap is the Financial Institute and our environmental institutions frameworks that make a bridge. That's it's my recommendation that next workshop, I thought someone from the environmental department who have some comments and recommendations on the green financing tools, mechanism, and institutes, they have to come up for this.
Thank you for the excellent suggestion, and of course we are going to consider that. Of course, there's a role.
Maybe one comment from my side.
Yes, please.
We have to consider we as climate and energy initiatives are working together with the Ministry of Climate Change and Ministry of Energy, and they were online here today. The Ministry of Climate Change just came back from the negotiations in Bonn. We wanted to have before the summer break this workshop, so we had no other chance anymore, but they were on board. They are on board, and it has no sense for both of us to go forward. without having the ownership of the partners for this. And you can be sure that we will only go forward. That's why I also said it's so essential to go forward that the state bank is on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. And along with the provincial and the federal EPA, I think it's necessary to align the challenges that are being faced on the environmental front and then linking it up to the financial institutions. I think that is of utmost importance. So then is it Khurshid?
I have a couple of recommendations. One is we in Pakistan face a lot of currency risk, and I was pleasantly surprised, I wasn't aware of it, that there is by KfW a currency exchange fund for hedging currency risk, right? The challenge is because in a depreciating environment, mostly these projects have local revenues, and when you have foreign funding available, naturally, then the currency risk comes into play, and part of it, government increasingly moving away from absorbing that risk, giving sovereign guarantee. So I think if that can be promoted, so that's one recommendation. The second is that when you look at these green financing projects, you need to do a bit of homework upfront. So you need to have the second party or third party opinions to kind of have these, for example, in green bonds, etc. That capacity is seriously lacking within the country, number one. So I think where these, especially the GIZ and others can help is to bring that interface within the country. And these opinions need to be taken upfront, and usually costs are in $50,000-$60,000 and all, and that can be funded. So especially on medium and smaller scale projects, for example, on small scale solar and all, if one needs to get accredited, those mechanisms are really in short supply. So one, people need to be educated on that, and secondly, that if that resource can be accessed within the country, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
If I may again shortly comment on this. Thank you very much for this comment. This comment is recommendation is very important. From our point of view, the recommendations are, of course, in the first hand towards the Pakistani government, but I'm talking about our climate and energy initiative, where the German corporation, not GIZ, but the German corporation is in the boat, where GIZ is just one part of it. I'm speaking on behalf of the German corporation. I'm just paid by GIZ. But another thing which is important, which you should also consider, we have also a task to cooperate with all the other donors, and we are cooperating with all the other donors. So you can be sure when you bring up recommendations like that, and when we need the donor cooperation, we will go back to those donors which are the most important and the most strong. You saw today the PFAN project, which is funded by USAID, for instance. And there, we as GIZ, as I told before, our strength is capacity development, capacity building, and the establishment of new instruments and methods. Thank you.
I have some recommendations about this. जो मेरा पहले सवाल था कि यहाँ पे कराची में, स्पेशली कराची में जो गार्बेज का इतना इशू है, तो इसके लिए हमें चाहिए कि हम हर इंसान को लाइक पब्लिकली अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करें और एजुकेशन दें. लाइक जस्ट लाइक यहाँ हमें इस बारे में बता के, लेकिन यहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा कंसाइज और क्या कह सकते हैं इसको, बहुत कम लोगों में ये अवेयरनेस है. Just like educated people, but what about uneducated people? What about illiterate people? जैसे कि हमारे यहाँ पे कोई भी कुछ खाता पीता है करता है और वो डायरेक्ट डस्टबिन में नहीं फेंकता, वो कहीं पे भी फेंक देता है. तो ये अवेयरनेस हमें लानी है, और कुछ मैं चाहती हूँ कि कुछ ऐसी पॉलिसीज बने कि लोग गार्बेज को इस तरह से आगे पीछे कहीं पे फेंक ना सके. और जस्ट लाइक फॉरेन कंट्रीज में होता है कि वहाँ पे चाहे इलिटरेट हो या इलिटरेट हो, वो उनके रूल्स और पॉलिसीज ऐसी बनी हुई हैं कि वो बिल्कुल क्लाइमेट को ख़राब नहीं करते और अपना जो बिल्कुल स्ट्रक्चर है उसको बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छा रखते हैं. तो मेरी रिकमेंडेशन है कि हम ऐसी पॉलिसीज बनाएं गवर्नमेंट के साथ मिलके, कुछ इस तरह के वर्कशॉप्स कैंपेन्स करें और मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट एडवर्टाइजमेंट ज़्यादा करें इसकी कि ग्रीनरी में लोग मतलब जो एजुकेटेड है वो इसमें पार्टिसिपेट करें, वर्कशॉप्स और ज़्यादा की जाएं और इस तरह से तो पब्लिक में अवेयरनेस आएगी और कुछ पॉलिसीज बनाए और कुछ लॉज भी बनाए इससे रिलेटेड कि आपने अगर करा है मतलब लाइक गार्बेज इधर उधर फेंक दे तो आपको फाइन देना पड़ेगा या लाइक समथिंग लाइक दैट कि ताकि लोग फिर।
जी, थैंक यू सो मच अनुश्री. Are you a student of environmental sciences?
No.
Okay, so your background is what?
Economics.
Your economics. So let me tell you that we do have environmental laws, regulations, everything is intact. So we have this environmental protection law.
Implications नहीं हो रही यहाँ पे.
Implementation
नहीं हो रही.
That's the one of the biggest challenge that we are facing. So there's a polluter pay principle as well that a polluter has to pay for, but again, the lack is the implementation, the regulation, the monitoring, evaluation, which needs to be strengthened. Now, I think with by time passing and people having more capacity and sensitization of these issues, I think it will come forward. Laws and regulations ka overall in each sector, in our all overall, hum just muasre mein reh rahe hain. You know how it is working. So, do you think that in the environmental front, it is taken as serious? I don't.
Just like tax भी तो देना जरूरी होता है. Just like sales tax.
Exactly.
Sales tax आपको देना ही देना है. चाहे आप direct tax को आप फिर भी आप छुपा सकते हैं, but indirect tax तो like इस तरह से कुछ implementation हो, जैसे traffic rules होते हैं उसमें भी fines देने पड़ते हैं. तो इस तरह से कुछ rules बनाए जाएं जिसकी वजह से लोग जाहिल तो फेंकते ही फेंकते हैं, लेकिन जो पढ़े लिखे होते हैं वो भी इधर उधर साइड में फेंक देते हैं.
रूल्स आर फॉर ऑल. सो रूल्स फॉर जब हमारे पास इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होगी तो उसमें दो तरह के पेनल्टीज भी होती हैं, बट इंसेंटिव्स भी होते हैं. इंसेंटिव्स इनकरेज करते हैं लोगों को टू मूव अवे फ्रॉम द रॉन्ग प्रैक्टिसेस. सो बेसिकली वी रियली नीड टू लुक एट व्हाट वर्क्स बेस्ट फॉर अस, बिकॉज दीज आर द टू थिंग्स जो कि डिफरेंट मॉडल्स में यूज होती हैं ऑल अराउंड द वर्ल्ड. सो इधर यू आर इंसेंटिवाइज्ड. अगर आपको याद हो तो कुछ टाइम पहले, आई डोंट नो इन सम अदर पार्ट्स ऑफ द, कि हम we used to be very much enthusiastic about collecting the tins and something that we could sell out to scavengers कि हमें कुछ 5 रुपए मिल जाएंगे या 10 मिल जाएंगे. It's just a very small practice and then it goes on. It's just a very, very small practice of a personal behavior that we were encouraged. Now it's not like that. We just put everything into, so it's on a personal level. If let's suppose if I take a initiative in my house, I would have 3 garbage for each and then start from my house and encourage my parents and encourage my brothers and sisters to start. Then it can be translated and moving forward. So of course there are ways, there's a lot of, so that's something, a session that we could do later on, and it's a lot of things we can do. But particularly for this session, if somebody has more recommendation, please share, or else we could go up to, of course, more suggestions later. And then I know everybody's tired by the end of today, including myself.
No, it was such a great.
Yes. And I hope you join us tomorrow as well. That is a
workshop.
training. So the training will be focused on really good mechanisms and the work that could be done. So Harmat, you want to add something?
No, I was waiting. You wanted to show a lot of recommendations. I was waiting because we don't have so much time anymore.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let me just go through some of the recommendations, what we have extracted out of the so much of knowledge that you have gained from this. So as you know that we had speakers from Pakistan, the practitioners, the regulators, the key experts, but we also had strong representation from European Union, GIZ and Germany. So that means that how we can translate those learnings into the context of Pakistan, how we could learn from that, and how we could, look into more forward looking manner in terms of what could be practiced, what could be adopted, how these development partners could help, how the donor community is helping and supporting. So first of the recommendation is, as we have seen and we have learned, that the European Union has already made it mandatory for corporations to report their carbon footprint. And the feasibility for such a policy in Pakistan, even only on a voluntary basis, needs to be explored for Pakistan as well. So that means is that we need to have a proper disclosure. So being a responsible citizen, being a responsible industry, being a responsible investor, we need to be really reporting on the disclosure and disclosing that, you know, the emissions or the waste or the leakages or whatever you know, impact we are causing on the environmental and the carbon footprint, we have to mitigate that, because otherwise we will not have a clear picture of how we're standing and what steps should be taken. The other is taking inspiration from the German transition model. Pakistan should consider shutting down coal-based power plants completely to improve its energy outlook, as it can help attract more green investments from the international market, more job employment, as the study has shown, and more economic improvement. Now, domestic finance is scarce. So in Pakistan, that means that the country should work on improving that. And in the meantime, it should also focus the attention on attracting financial resources and engaging more with national and international development partners, such as KfW, such as GIZ, ADB, as they have a lot of resources and experience when it comes to green finance. Then with the colleagues sitting here already discussed about it. So the green bond market presents a huge opportunity for Pakistan. Drawing upon the response received from the launch of the first green bond by WABDA, in engaging the private sector in this can speed up Pakistan's entry into and extraction of investment from the international market as well. Also, Pakistan can benefit greatly from the international networks and initiatives that have set up green financing facilities for developing countries, such as the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, announced at COP26, Sustainable Banking Network for greening the financial system. So all of these institutions, all of these networks and initiatives can give a really deep dive into how the sustainable finance could be transitioned in Pakistan. In terms of the commercial banks supported by the State Bank of Pakistan, it should include in providing funds such as concessional loans to facilitate the technology transfer associated with switching to greener and more efficient processes and practices. Private equity funds needs to be introduced in order to complement the debt financing. And Pakistan needs to work towards achieving stability in many aspects, including the flow of resources, governance, international practices, industrial practices, and in order to avoid obstacles that may arise in the implementation of green banking tools, green financing tools and mechanisms in Pakistan. Then, as we have learned from Achim as well, and on the proper, strong and appropriate taxonomy framework needs to be formulated along to increase the clarity on the kind of the projects that are eligible for green financing, which will help to ensure that already these scarce resources are diverted into the projects with a high value and importance. Capacity building is important, of course. That's what we have also looked into, and we have had the recommendation just now as well in terms of capacity building, in terms of institutional strengthening, on knowledge, on these impacts, these assessments, the ESG practices and the guidelines that are prepared by the State Bank and SCCP, and the green financing mechanisms that are available internationally and with the associated risks. Then the literacy programs, awareness programs are required. Then responsible financing practices need to be incorporated into the strategies and working structures of the banks and developing financing institutions. Then a strong working relationship needs to be built between the public, private and academic institutions, and the involvement of private sector and academia needs to be strengthened. Similarly, investors and users also need to work together and be on the same page. The informal sectors and small businesses also need to look into this topic that could be formalized, and they have to benefit from the existing facilities and the emerging facilities and the resources that have already been identified in this workshop. So in this context, waste management is also a sector that Pakistan needs to strongly work upon. Then the relevant institutions, we had representation from SPP, SECP, Pakistan Stock Exchange. They all need to work together collectively on reducing the risks and enhance the implementation of green financing guidelines in green products and services with technological improvements. Then Pakistan Stock Exchange should be actively engaged to promote a sustainable stock exchange. It is gradually moving in that direction and should take active steps to promote green shares and green trade, and that again requires institutional capacity building and strengthening and a lot of information. The last two recommendations, and then I'll let you go, is the biggest challenge for Pakistan is, of course, to assess the impacts of climate change on the economy. So appropriate tools needs to be developed for this to ensure that there's clarity on the types of green. In a traditional sense, the financial sector relies on mainstreaming financing instruments and theories, and it needs to be moduled and synchronized better with the emerging trends, most importantly in terms of green technologies and the economy. So this was a crux of the discussion and the recommendations that we have heard since morning. And I hope that that can give you an insight of why this workshop was held and what was the objective. And I hope that the recommendations that have come out of this workshop are very helpful. And like Hartmut has said, this is just the beginning. We are going to mark this off with another training session tomorrow morning. It's just a half a day, but we are going to deliberate more on the topic. And of course, we are going to continue the discussion back in Islamabad, and we're going to come back again in Karachi and back and forth and make sure that we do implement these green financing mechanisms in Pakistan. Thank you so much to all the participants for your time, for your valuable contribution to this workshop today. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
He was quicker than me. I just wanted to add a few of recommendations, if this is possible. So I saw that almost everything you covered, and you covered with your comments today. And I propose, if there are more recommendations coming in the sectors really of climate change and especially energy transition, because this is the network of clean energy transition, let us know. So the first is public awareness, which is a very important issue. And I would like to say we have so many students here. We are running a youth climate awareness from our climate and energy initiative. Then we, of course, need to define the green finance. What is it exactly? That was one of the issues. You mentioned here the taxonomy. Then human resources and financial resources have to be increased. I think this was a very important recommendations. Then improvement of bankable projects. This is a big issue. Then the climate risk assessment, and there really to have the data was a very strong recommendations we heard today. And then we should think about regional and international cooperation, regional, especially with countries like China, like Vietnam, like other ASEAN countries, which have proceeded already quite a lot. And for the presentation of all the recommendations, we will in any case figure out the most important recommendations, but we also will clarify how much time, which resources are needed to really implement them. Because if a government is sitting there seeing, oh, this looks fine, but then it sees it takes 5 years, it costs half of our budget, it's not possible. So we should give the government something in the hand to very easily grab this we can do quickly, and this is real policy advice where I think we are very strong. And I would like to ask, Achim, do you have more recommendations now for the moment? That's what I wanted to hear. But I want from my side also to thank you very much, but I want to give back to Hina, sorry, to grab the microphone.
Thank you so much, Hartmut. And I think with this, we call it a day. Thank you so much for joining. Have a great evening. See you tomorrow.